Hello and welcome back to Karting Genk, the home of champions. It is finals day for the opening round of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season. Alex Goldschmidt up in the commentary position. And yesterday we had it all. We had drama, we had great racing, we had incidents, but everyone has gotten through to this point. We're just a couple of moments away from our first of two second chance heats. Yesterday, over 25 races, 201 competitors from 30 different nationalities went into battle over 8 classes within the Rotax racing family. Looking back at the ranking after heats, it was in E20, we found that Des Dames would take the overall ranking after the heats lead, and also in seniors. In juniors, it was Christopher Holst from Switzerland, and in E20 Senior Masters, it was Germany's Andreas Mattis that also took the top of the standings. In Mini, it has been a very, very close affair, particularly between two drivers. Jacob Ashcroft comes in to today as the ranking after heats leader with 2 points after 2 wins and a second. Albert Friend, his closest competitor from Strawberry Racing, on 4 points with 2 seconds and a victory. Cole Denham, Nikita Lubimov and Lucas Stoddard round out the top 5 competitors. Juniors, it was the UK's Timo Jungling from Dan Holland Racing that took 2 seconds and a victory, putting him at the top of the standings. And behind him, with a consistent run of 3 third-place finishes, Jordan's Hamza Al-Fayez was second, ahead of Mateo Radenkovic, who rounds out the top 3. Level on points, but based on qualifying practice performance, would be ahead of Hungary's Armand Hamilton. Crick Knorren, Archie Clark, Taze Stevens, Mika van der Pavert, Thomas Behrman, and Bolowetz round out the top 10. Seniors, a big, big grid, 76 in total, 10 of which are no longer taking any further participation in this race weekend. It was the Netherlands' Tommy van der Stroys, one of the youngest drivers on the field at 14 years of age, who with a total of 7 points took the ranking after heats lead with 2 wins, a third and a fourth. The returning Mark Kimber took 2 second places, a fourth and a win to put himself second. And with the top 4 covered by 9 points, Sean Butcher, the reigning defending champion, was third, and Kai Geerlets, last year's runner-up, was fourth. Jaden Teen, who put it on pole position in qualifying, tied with Matthew Higgins on points, but based on him taking pole position, Jaden Teen was fifth. Matthew Higgins, Austin Lee, Lewis Gilbert, Lachlan Robinson, and Vic Stevens round out the top 10. In DD2, it was David Outlechner, the 16-year-old based out of Bargoed in Wales, representing Poland, that took 2 victories and a second, putting him at the top of the standings for DD2. Martin van Leeuwen, Enzo Bol, Jacob Bezel and Patrick Knowles Lockmellis rounded out the top 5. In DD2 Masters, Dennis Toom leads the way, 10th overall in the rankings, ahead of Christophe Capitan, who took two class wins, but finished a bit further down than Dennis Toom, who rounded out being in the top 4 at the end of yesterday's last heat. Third was also last year's runner-up, Martinas Stankiewicz, when it came to DD2 Masters. But we have a total of 14 races today at this 1,360 metre 12-turn circuit, runs in a clockwise direction. And we are just moments away from getting on board with our first of 2 second chance heats. 19 juniors set to take part for the final 6 positions in the top 36 overall. So, race number 26 of the meeting, it's the Junior Rotax second chance heat. Let's take you through your starting grid. So, on pole position will be Joshua Graham, and he will have alongside him Santeri Leitonen. Please excuse the graphics on the screen itself, but Joshua Graham will start from pole position. Santeri Leitonen will be on the second row, on the second position on the front row alongside the Brit. Kasper Nissen and Adas Michalskis will be on row 2. Sebastian Koch and Thomas Rudokas, row 3. Julian Kovacevic and Knud Nielsen, row 4. Max Sederski and Ryan Bourguignon rounding out the top 10 representing the Netherlands and Finland. France. Then we've got Vitte Veinen and Jules Avril, Sky Parker, Rasmus Koskinen, Matthias Jurelevar, Mathis Aumetre, Jake Menton and Romain Kitzinger rounding out the 19 strong that will go into battle over the next 7 minutes plus an additional lap. So the drivers now head on to their official formation lap ahead of 7 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. The conditions have changed quite a bit since yesterday, as we did have sunshine all the way through Saturday, but now there is a lot of low-lying cloud. The morning warm-up showed that there are some wet patches on the circuit. There is some dry parts of the circuit, but will that evolve over the course of the day, or will the weather again take another turn? We will have to wait and find out. The red lights are on the starting gantry. So the drivers start to slowly make their way through the 12th and final corner. They split. They head into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The junior Rotax second chance heat gets going right now, and Joshua Graham leads the field ahead of Kasper Nissen going through into turns 1 and 2. 3, 4 wide. There is a moment at the back end of the field. Someone's trying to get off the grid and someone's lost their front bumper. That is the 2-1-3. Of Santeri Laitinen from Force Racing Finland, who is out on the spot, I'm afraid. And that is on the outskirts of turn number 3. There was the number 282 of Adas Michalskis. They're trying to make some headway, but at the moment, Joshua Graham is striding away quite comfortably. Thanks to not having the best of luck yesterday. A DNF in one of the races due to a broken exhaust after having another car mount the back bumper. Graham leads the way. Second, it's Kasper Nissen. And third, it is the 2-1-4 of Sebastian Koch from Germany. Knud Nielsen rounds out the top 4. Jules Avril and Ryan Bourguignon round out the top 6 positions. A little bit further back, you've got the likes of Jake Menton, who is not too far behind the 272 of Bourguignon, as we are heading into the conclusion of the first minute and a half of this race. Top 6 will advance. Every result called by myself here in the commentary position will be provisional, pending any sporting and technical matters post-race. So just over 5 minutes remain, and at the moment Joshua Graham did have a lead of just over a second after the opening lap. Might be a little bit more considerable, and at this point it's 1.5 seconds. So the Agenti Motorsport driver is clearly showing the pace that we were denied of seeing yesterday, but there is a battle for second position. The positions are changing. Kasper Nissen still staying in that second place, but has got Knud Nielsen and Sebastian Koch not too far behind. Sebastian Koch looks to be in third at this moment as they go down the Europalaan. A little bit further back, we've got the likes of Thomas Rudolkas and also the 233, that's Francis Romain Kitzinger. So one retirement, unfortunately, for Santeri Laitinen. The Finns' weekend comes to an end rather abruptly on the opening lap. Everyone's still circulating. Graham is just pulling away. There is the, in brief shot, was the 282 of Adas Michalskis, the youngster from the United Kingdom. Has been here before, but has also, just like Joshua Graham, not had the run of luck that he might have expected. Was also the winner of the kart championship Windsor Cup at Wilton Mill last December. So at the moment it is Graham, Nissen, Nielsen, Bosch, Bourguignon, and now Jules Avril drops to 6th position. So Michalskis has got a chance. He's gotten past Jake Menton and sees the 272 just up ahead. It's time for Michalskis to close on in. Bourguignon has been setting the fastest laps of the race so far, 57.785, so a bit of a change. As bit of a robust manoeuvre there from Sebastian Koch, and that was on Knud Nielsen, and thereby Ryan Bourguignon has now jumped up into 3rd place as a result of that slight touch between the two. And quite a considerable pace advantage for Adas Michalskis, who is last time around was exactly 6/10 quicker than Jules Avril. Jules Avril of 58.499. Adas Michalskis of 57.899. Entire field covered by just over 18.4 seconds after 4 laps, as our race leader makes his way down through into Cafe Corner at turn 10. Now Avril has got Michalskis about 4 kart lengths behind. So Graham goes on to another lap. He extends his lead to nearly 2.5 seconds. Knud Nielsen, Ryan Bourguignon, Sebastian Koch, Kasper Nissen, Jules Avril ran at the top 6, but there is Adas Michalskis waiting for the opportunity to get past. Jake Menton, Roman Kitzinger, Matthias Jallerup, Matti Sulmetre, Max Sederski, Thomas Rudokas, Vitti Väinänen, Rasmus Koskinen, Julian Kovacevic, Jules Lever and Sky Parker still circulating. Michalskis bumps over the curbs through the entrance into the turn 7 chicane and now looks for the move. Had to wait for it, backed out of it through turn number 9. There once again is the race leader, Josh Graham. Battle for second really heating up as Bourguignon has caught up to Knud Nielsen. So we will have a total of around 3 laps, including this one. So we're on to lap number 7 out of 9, with a minute on the timer plus an additional lap remaining. Michalskis is very close, just under 2.5 tenths behind Jules Avril for the final position in the top 6. Michalskis could even get as high as 4th position, maybe 5th position, if he's lucky. As in front of Jules Avril is Kasper Nissen. Michalskis this time goes for the move, and a little bit of a touch between him and Jules Avril. So Avril was turning in, Michalskis went for the move, and unfortunately the French driver has a slight bit of contact, which bumps Jules Avril's back axle into the air. We're on to the penultimate lap, and there's drama therefore. That was the 232 of Jake Menton, and somebody else was involved too. Might have been, that was Matthias Jallerup, I believe. Or, no, it's actually Thomas Rudokas might have been caught up in that, but that was a little bit of a difficult incident going through into turn number 12. Timer has expired for the Junior Rotax second chance heat, as Joshua Graham now makes his way through turn number 9. Michalskis rounding out the top 6 with Bourguignon, Knud Nielsen, Sebastian Koch and Kasper Nissen. And Bourguignon has really been upping the pace, 56.712 on the previous lap, as Joshua Graham sees the last lap board first. So does Bourguignon, so does Knud Nielsen, Sebastian Koch, Kasper Nissen and Adas Mijauskis. Not 100% sure. Well, I'm not sure if Ryan Bourguignon may progress, because I do see that the bumper seems to be slightly flapping up and down at the front of it, despite catching up to Joshua Graham. Leaders making their way through into turn 7 and turn 8 for the final time in this junior second chance heat. So one more corner to go, and Joshua Graham has led every single lap of this race. He comes out of the final corner. The 298 from Argenti Motorsport wins the second chance heat for Junior Rotax. Ryan Bourguignon takes second. And it's Knud Nielsen, Sebastian Koch. Adas Mijauskis makes it up to 5th in the end, ahead of Kasper Nissen. Jules Avril will take 8th behind Mathis Lemaitre. Romain Kitzinger and Max Swiderski complete the top 10 as the rest of the field make their way across the start-finish line. So Joshua Graham wins it. Rounding out the field, 18 of the 19 drivers completed the full 9-lap race distance. Thomas Rudokas, Matthias Jererup, Witte Väinänen, Julian Kovacevic, Rasmus Koskinen, Sky Parker, Juri Levar and Jake Menton. But unfortunately, Finland's Santeri Laitinen retiring on the opening lap of the turn 3 after the front bumper was ripped asunder. The last chance for 6 drivers to get through into the top 36 here in Junior Rotax. Got finals day underway here for the opening round of the season. Drivers would make their way into the tram lines, the revs would start to build, and on the first time of asking, the red lights would go out and signal the start of the second chance heat, with Joshua Graham from Argenti Motorsport leading the field into the opening couple of corners. Then there was an early incident involving Finland's Santeri Laitinen, as there was also a turnaround in the opening corner which involved several drivers. And this was the moment where over the back of Julian Kovacevic went Santeri Laitinen, and then all of a sudden 180 backwards the wrong way, clattering into another cart, and that was the 218 of Matthias Jererup. Kovacevic also off of the circuit, and Santeri Laitinen had to retire on the spot. Sebastian Koch definitely was feeling in a fighting mood going up the inside of the 222 of Kasper Nissen from Denmark, but Ryan Bourguignon managed to get through on them. And then the 207 of Mathis Lemaitre would find himself behind the 218 later on in the race, which would be Matthias Jererup. And then there was this moment as Adas Mijauskis tried to overtake Jules Avril into turn 9. Avril was trying to close the door. Mijauskis was trying to go for the move, and they both came together. Also this moment here involving Jake Menton, who was sideways, which looked to be the one of the drivers, might have been Romain Kitzinger, and Jake Menton had to rejoin by the entry road, but it was Joshua Graham from Argenti Motorsport who led from lights out to checkered flag and wins the second chance heat in Junior Rotax. Right, very shortly we've got the second chance heat for Senior Rotax, a capacity 36 drivers. We did say goodbye to 10 of the 76 after yesterday's 10 heats, and my goodness me, they were filled with everything. First of all, I have to give a birthday shout out because I have seen in the JJ Racing awning there is some bunting, which basically means some decoration. So, Jeffrey from JJ, many happy returns. Definitely not 21 again, but there's been a few well wishes on Facebook. Also, some interesting statistics from yesterday. A total out of the 201 drivers that competed yesterday, we had 23 different race winners. The most successful driver in terms of race wins, well, it was a clean sweep for Days Dams in E20 Senior. He picked up 3 wins. Tommy van der Stoys, Jacob Ashcroft, Matera Denkovic, Kasper Schomans, Christophe Capitan, Kai Gillets. And we had Antoine Lemieux, Andreas Martis, Martin van Leeuwen, all picking up 2 wins apiece. That constitutes to 11.4% of the grid, having taken a victory, so 23 out of 201 drivers. 11 of the 30 nations picked up victories yesterday, and the majority went to the United Kingdom with 9. Then it was Belgium with 7, the Netherlands with 6. So that constitutes that's 11 out of 30 nations, 36.7%. So there is the very, very packed 36 strong senior Rotax grid for the second chance heat. So the 3-minute board has been shown, meaning that the mechanics have to clear the grid. And now it's about the drivers focusing in on the task at hand to make it through as one of the 6 qualifiers through to the top 36. And after this, we will have a brief interlude before we go into the pre-finals for the first round of the championship. For all the respective categories, it will be the first finals day of 2 finals day we'll have for E20. Minis will take part in 3 of the rounds of the championship, whereas the remaining categories will compete in all 4 rounds of the season. So the calendar, for those wondering at home, we do have a calendar provided on the official Rotax Max Challenge-Eurotrophy.com website. You can also find out the information through our relevant social media channels on Facebook and on Instagram. So in 41 days' time, we will head to Val d'Argentan in Western France, about an hour away from Nantes International Airport, between the 26th and the 28th of May. Then we make a return to Belgium, another 41 days after the finale at the end of the second round at Val d'Argentan, to Karting d'Espagne in Marienburg, which will be in the Corvin region, south of Spa-Francorchamps. And then we head to PF International, the home of British karting, between the 8th and the 10th of September. And then every single champion from every single class will be crowned. And then we will give away tickets for this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, which will take place at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit between December 2nd and December 9th. It will be the second time that the Rotax Grand Finals will visit the Persian Gulf, having been to Portimao for its 4th time last year. Now time for the senior second chance heat. Here is your starting grid. So on pole position from Austria, it will be Krzysztof Sala. Leon Zelenko from Croatia will line up alongside on the front row. Due to have Rashid Ghanem alongside, but has not broken the timing beam, so either might not be taking the start or might be in the repair area waiting to be released after the start. William Helgstrand from Denmark will be on the outside of row number 2. Row 3, Sebastian Bach and Kamal Murad. Row 4, Lawrence Herboz and Maxence Bouvier, with Jaden Pope and Matteo Pianezzola rounding up the top 10. Jules Roussel, Daniel Hausberg, William Christensen, Zach Scala, Jarin Schultz, Jan Pinto, Kaz Boshaus, Montego Masson, Andrea Kostic and Lotus Sween round out the top 20. Completing the 36-strong grid will be as follows: Rafael Jesus, Sverre Ubben, Martin Geiskens, Mathis Kamnejak, Rafael Renhofer, Lukas Schlegel, Paul Hamburg, Andrei Petrovic, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort, Scott Westhovens, Felipe Falk, Miro Halika, Stephanie Hobeker, Puck Gubbles, Magic Camara and Baptiste Schneider. So Rashid Ghanem is actually on the starting grid. Just had visual confirmation of that. So Krzysztof Sala and Leon Zelenko on the front row. Red lights on the starting gantry. 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing ahead of us to decide the top 6 to go through to the final stages of this weekend's competition. So out of the final corner, they split and go into the tram lines. The revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The senior second chance heat gets underway right now. Good start by Sala as Rashid Ghanem looking up the inside early, but Leon Zelenko gets an absolutely brilliant start. And he manages to go around the front row. Someone has gone off the circuit and is very, very slow as we've had 2 carts off. Make that 4, 5, 6, 7 carts off of the conventional racing line, and there's more dramas. This time for Krzysztof Sala. He went sideways and straight on at turn 6. So the conditions a little bit trickier out there than maybe some of the drivers anticipated. But at the moment, Leon Zelenko leads the second chance heat and by a comfortable margin. Down into Cafe Corner at turn 10. Braking zones have to be rejudged and re-evaluated in these conditions, especially when drivers are using slick Mojo D5s to get around this circuit. As the 396, that's Austria's Daniel Hausberg firmly fired up. As Rashid Ghanem has got the 338, that's Sebastian Bach, and then the 378 of William Christensen getting past him. But Ghanem is not giving up, and he's got back through on Christensen. He goes off the circuit and narrowly avoids the tyre barrier on the right-hand side of the entrance into turn number 5. That was very, very close. He's going to have to wait and let a lot of people pass, and people are trying to overtake, and Christensen gets back onto the grass and is sideways. We've got 1 cart off of turn number 3. Driver walking away under their own steam. Oh, dearie me. Well, that just goes to show how quickly things can turn upside down on its head. So Christensen was very lucky to get away. But now at the front of the field, it's not just Leon Zelenko up there. You're going to have a few other drivers, one of which will be Maxence Bouvier from France. William Helgstrand up to 3rd place. Jaden Pope from Belgium up to 4th. Krzysztof Sala and Sebastian Bach currently round out the top 6 positions, as we still have just under 8 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. So it looks like that is Lawrence Herbose's race weekend over and done with. Kaz Boshouse also not having a good time. He's all the way down in 36 and might be out too. There's Matteo Pianizzola in the 3:56. Behind him he's got Austria's Daniel Halsworth. So that will be the battle for 8th place on the road. Rashid Ghanem just outside of the top 6 at this moment in time. As the top 3 working together. 4th, that is Jaden Pope from Belgium with the GKS Levens Power Crew. And it is still Christophe Salah and Sebastian Bach. Christophe Salah had the nastiest of scares going through into turn 6 a couple of laps ago, as we're now on to lap number 3 of the race. So this is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. And based on their their finishing position in the second chance heat, that will determine their position on the back of the grid for the pre-final for seniors, which takes place at 12:35 local time here in Belgium. But 2 sets of 3 kart battles, 1 for the victory, 1 for 4th place. But there are some drivers that are looking to move forward. And at the moment, Maxence Bouvier, who now has the lead ahead of Leon Zelenko, has just put in the fastest lap of the race, a 54.781. But then Zach Scowler, who's with the Yaz Heat Racing Academy, he's now made his way up to 10th position and has just pumped in a 54.585 second lap time. The 321, sorry, not the 321, the 316. So there's still plenty of this race to go, which means that anything can happen. Leaders now making their way out of turn 9, down towards Cafe Corner at turn 10. Top 3 were covered by just under 4/10 of a second. And it was about half a second between 4th, 5th and 6th. But Rashid Ghanem is leading the charge to try and pull their way towards those in front. It's got 54 Squadra Corses, Matteo Pianizzola closing in on him. Daniel Halsworth in 9th. Zach Scowler running at the top 10. There has been a change. Christophe Salah now up into 4th position, past Jaden Pope. There is Sebastian Bach from Denmark in the 338, waiting for his opportunity. But Pope up the inside. Christophe Salah loses 2 positions because Bach also gets through. And Ghanem and Pianizzola are right with them. And they are now latching onto the back of that train. So Rashid Ghanem and Matteo Pianizzola do have the pace. And there goes Ghanem up the inside. That is going to be on Christophe Salah. He pushes him wide. Pianizzola gets through and gets the pair of them at the same time. Rashid Ghanem now, well, that was Daniel Halsworth that's just got through on Christophe Salah, his countryman from Austria. So there's going to be a lot of chopping and changing in the next 4 minutes and 20 seconds, but that's going to be particularly a focus at the bottom part of the top 6, because now Rashid Ghanem is closing back in on those in front, because Pianizzola is now in the danger zone in that 6th and final spot. As all know, there has been drama. Scowler, no, that was Ghanem and Pianizzola. The disappointment clear to see on the Italian's face, and he is out. There will be yellow flags at the marshal post off of turn 7. So Pianizzola out of the kart, dejected, disappointed, and understandably not happy. But those things do happen. It's part and parcel of racing. But the top 2, Maxence Bouvier and Leon Zelenko, have now broken away from William Helgstrand. Now, at the moment, Christophe Salah is back into the top 6. Zach Scowler, however, is right on his case at this moment. About 3/10 of a second behind is the 316 from the UAE. Leaders now making their way through into the left-hander here at turn number 11. So far in this race, we've lost Lawrence Herboz, we've lost Rafael Renhofer, and we've also now lost Matteo Pianizzola. Lead is just over 0.3 of a second between Bouvier and Zelenko. Helgstrand, Sebastian Bach, Jaden Pope, and Christoph Saller round out the top 6 positions. Zach Scowler needs to get a little bit of a move on. He's got just over 2 minutes and a quarter, plus an additional lap to try and close up that 0.6 of a second disadvantage he's got. And there is Zach Scowler with Kamal Murad from Australia. Montego Mawson has got past Daniel Halsworth, who rounds out the top 10 as Scowler runs a little bit deep into turn number 7. There's Kamal Murad looking up the inside through turn 9, can't get the job done. And Halsworth trying to get alongside Montego Mawson. Kamal Murad is trying to defend now. Rashid Ghanem is coming into this, so is Sverre Ubben. So this is the battling for 7th backwards. Montego Mawson now past Kamal Murad for 8th place. As we've got just 1 minute and 19 seconds plus an additional lap on the timer remaining. Maxence Bouvier, in the meantime, has set the fastest lap of the race on lap number 9 out of 9 so far, 54.424 seconds. We've got just over 60 seconds remaining in this senior second chance heat. There is your race leader. There's second, there's third. So Bouvier, Zelenko, Helgstrand round out the top 3. Then it's Sebastian Bach. So 2 RS competition drivers poised to go up into the top 6 and progress to the pre-final and the final in the senior Rotax ranks. Onto the back straight away go the race leaders. Now into turn 7. And behind Christoph Saller, the train that is still being led by Zach Scowler from the UAE is at least 10 karts long. Time has expired. Last lap board is out. Maxence Bouvier, Leon Zelenko, William Helgstrand, Sebastian Bach, Jaden Pope, and Christoph Saller round out the 6 at the moment for away and clear. But the train behind is coming across the start-finish line, and it is lengthy. As, we've had a turnaround at turn number 2. Oh my goodness, someone is so lucky that they didn't get clattered into. Now, was that Montego Mawson? It might have been the 394 from Germany. It gets going once again. And it was Montego Mawson. The front Nassau panel has been pushed over at the bottom to the left-hand side. But at the front of the field, Maxence Bouvier from France comes out of the final corner, and the French driver will win the second chance seats for seniors ahead of Leon Zelenko. William Helgstrand takes 3rd. 4th, it's Sebastian Bach. Jaden Pope from Belgium takes 5th, and it's Austria's Christoph Saller that takes the final spot in the top 6 positions. It's going to be a run to the line. Who's going to take 7th? It is Daniel Halsworth from Austria, pipping both Kamal Murad and Zach Scowler by a combined margin of 62 thousandths of a second between 7th, 8th and 9th. Sverre Ubben takes 10th ahead of Rashid Ghanem. Lotus Tween 12th. Magic Hamera with a great comeback from the back of the grid to finish 13th. Jan Pinto, Andrej Petrovic, Lukas Schlegel, Paul Hamburg, Baptiste Schneider, Andrea Kostic and Miro Halika round out the top 20. Mathis Karnijak, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, Stephanie Hobeker, Martin Gaiskens, Jules Roussel, William Christensen, Scott Westhoven's Jaren Schultz, Puck Gubbles, Felipe Falk and Kaz Boshouse round out the 31 drivers that finished all 12 laps. Montego Mawson Unfortunately, his race coming to an abrupt end with a lap to go. Rafael Jesus, Matteo Pianizzola, Rafael Renhofer, and Lawrence Haraboz rounded out the field, and all of them did retire. So we would whittle down a combined 66-strong senior Rotax grid to 36 after this final chance to get into the top 36 in the senior Rotax classification. It was Christoph Saller and Leon Zelenko that were on the front row with a packed capacity grid of 36 drivers. And when the lights went out, Leon Zelenko took a very, very good advantage, using the outside line, sweeping around Christoph Saller as the field made their way into turns 1 and 2 on the opening time. There were some dramas, however, as one of the drivers, Rafael Renhofer, would end up grass tracking, and then there was this massive multi-cart incident, 2 off exit stage right at the outside part of turn number 3, which involved the 342 and the 393. That was Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort being one of them, Scott Westhovens being the other. And then there was this frantic battle between the likes of the 378 of William Christensen and Rashad Ghanem. And Christensen kept it completely sideways, missing the barrier, the tyres, on the approach into turn 5. Then went to rejoin the circuit and had to wait to let people go past, but there were still people trying to do overtaking. And then that was the moment where Lawrence Haraboz kicked the bumper of his kart in absolute frustration. And that looked to be that Casbo's house was also involved. Jaden Pope was making some steady moves up the field and would make his way into the top 6, as both he and the 338 would both get past, and that was Sebastian Bach past Christoph Saller. And then coming into turn number 10, it was the 396 of Daniel Hausworth that sent it up the inside of Christoph Saller with Zach Scowler not too far adrift. Then this moment here, contact between Rashad Ghanem and Matteo Pianizzola, with both bumping up into the air onto the grass, and Pianizzola retired on the spot. Rashad Ghanem has subsequently been given a 5-second time penalty for pushing, sending his apologies there, but the disappointment clear to see for the Italian from 54 Squadra Corsi. Zach Scowler would also drift wide at turn number 7, being in a battle with a quartet of drivers, including Montego Masson, amongst others, with Rashad Ghanem, with the 396 of Daniel Hausworth not too far behind, but it was Maxence Bouvier from France that would win the senior second chance seat, ahead of Leon Zelenko, William Helgstrand taking P3, Sebastian Bach, Jaden Pope, and Christoph Saller, the pole sitter, provisionally going through to the top 36. And then there was the drag race at the end of the race, which saw that it was 3 wide, with Daniel Hausworth, Kamal Murad, and Zach Scowler covered by 62 thousandths at the end of it all. Oh, dearie me. That got caught on camera, Mats Johan Overhoff and Jan Schwitter. You have been name checked. So we're just 11 minutes away from our first of 5 pre-finals, as we have E20 Senior, Senior Masters and Juniors up next. We'll have a total of 5 pre-finals, so the running order as per the timetable for those watching on the stream at home. There is a timetable showcased. These are the planned times. So we'll have the E20 Junior, Senior and Masters Pre-Final. Then we'll have Minis at 11:45, Juniors at 12:10, Seniors at 12:35, and DD2 and DD2 Masters, their pre-final, will take us to the lunch break, and that will take place at 1 p.m. this afternoon. Time for our first of 5 pre-finals, and it's the power of silence that returns once again. Oh, dearie me, Hector Ramirez has just had a bit of a spin coming out of the dummy grid, but here is your starting order for the E20 pre-final. 3 wins from 3 yesterday meant that Thijs Dams from Belgium will line up on pole position. Tomasz Ibsen from Poland will be alongside with Mats-Johan Overhoff and Emma Svensson rounding out the grid for E20 Seniors. In E20 Senior Masters, on pole position it will be Germany's Andreas Matis, with Hector Ramirez from Chile alongside the eldest driver on the grid. Heiner Born and Dutch journalist Gaz Poldermans will be on row number 4, completing the Senior Masters grid. And then for the E20 Juniors, it's Christopher Holst from Switzerland, Antoine Lemieux from Canada, Arthur Lorimier from France, and Frédéric Lemieux rounding out the complete grid. So, as with yesterday, E20 will be the only class with a standing start. So the seniors and the senior masters will be released on the first set of red lights going out, and then the juniors will be let loose after that, and they'll be starting from behind the yellow line on the start-finish straight. So everyone in position. Flag marshal walks away from the front of the grid. It's 9 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. Red lights are on, red lights are off, and underway we go. And a good start from Thijs Dams once again. And now Tomasz Ibsen looking towards the outside. Emma Svensson gets up the inside of Mats-Johan Overhoff, and it's a bit of a fight behind Thijs Dams, and Overhoff has gotten through back up into second position. Hector Ramirez had a little bit of a spin going through into turn 2. As the juniors have now been released, as Christopher Holst leads the way, ahead of Antoine Lemieux in second. Looks like Frédéric Lemieux got a better start than Arthur Lorimier. So Frédéric moves up into third position. But Thijs Dams is trying to get away, but can't get away because Mats-Johan Overhoff and Tomasz Ibsen, followed by Emma Svensson, are not too far behind. Thijs Dams leads the way into turn 12 as we complete lap number 1. He leads, but not by much. And it was 0.2 of a second. The boost button will be used in 2 different capacities as Mats-Johan Overhoff was trying to look for the move for the race lead. Going through out of turn number 2 and on the approach onto turn 3. Emma Svensson is a little bit further behind the top 3 drivers in the E20 Seniors as Andreas Matis continues to lead the way in Senior Masters. But the Netherlands' Gaz Poldermans, mechanicked and coached by Ellis Spiezia, is now up into second in the class. So 0.46 separated the top 3 after the opening lap as they make their way through Cafe Corner. Heiner Born and Hector Ramirez round out the Senior Masters running order as such. Juniors now making their way through turn number 8 as our leaders make their way through the final corner. 2 laps completed, and the lead is still about just over 2.5 tenths of a second. Under 6 tenths covers the top 3 drivers. So Christopher Holst has gotten away into the distance in comparison with Canada's Antoine Lemieux. Frédéric Lemieux also from Canada. So the Lemieux siblings here with us this weekend, coached by Scott Campbell. But still very much a stalemate at the moment. Thijs Dams continues to lead the way. He has led all the way through time qualifying and the 3 heats yesterday. The only driver out of anybody here this weekend that has done a clean sweep so far. Another lap completed. Half a second covers the top 3. Emma Svensson about 3 seconds away from the battle for first, second and third, as Arthur Lorimier closing in on Frédéric Lemieux for third place in E20 Juniors. as the top 3 overall, as Lorimier sweeps to the outside through turn number 12 and looks to the inside, maybe using the boost button and the slipstream down into turns 1 and 2. Meanwhile, Hector Ramirez is picking up speed. Antoine Lemieux has set the fastest lap of anybody, 57.519, was the best part of nearly 0.6 of a second quicker than Christopher Holst, who still leads. The gap between first and second in E20 Juniors was just under a second. As there is a move. Oh, that was a late lunge there from Tomasz Ibsen, trying to go up the inside of Mats Johan Overhoff, and the pair made a little bit of contact. Front bumper into right side pod, but Mats Johan Overhoff manages to hold station in second, but that has allowed Days Dams to get away into the distance. And the lead in E20 Juniors is getting to a crunch point, because now Christopher Holst has only got a fraction of a car behind. Well, Antoine Lemieux has just gotten through. Antoine Lemieux now takes the lead in the pre-final for E20 Juniors. Meanwhile, at the front of E20 Seniors, Days Dams' lead will extend. How far ahead of 6.5 of a second, we're about to find out. It is just under 0.6, so Mats Johan Overhoff has gone slightly quicker. Antoine Lemieux, before passing Christopher Holst, put in the fastest lap of anybody, 57.493. As they come out of the final corner, they complete their 5th lap. And Mats Johan Overhoff is trying to get away from Tomasz Ibsen from Poland and chase down Days Dams. Days Dams has had the measure of everybody so far this weekend. And Covadis Racing in the YouTube chat saying, go Kaz Baldemans. At the moment, Kaz is still currently second in Senior Masters. And he's 1.788 seconds behind Andreas Martis. And the previous lap, he was just under 0.5 tenth slower. Days Dams still leads, but Mats Johan Overhoff is slowly chipping away. He's just put in the fastest lap, has the 7.55 from Germany. So the gap now down to 0.434. Christopher Holst is within 0.5 second of Antoine Lemieux in the lead of E20 Juniors. As those two just come through the 12th and final corner. Mats Johan Overhoff again is just trying to close that gap. He was the best part of nearly 0.2 of a second quicker than Days Dams, so the race might be coming to him in the latter stages of this race. They make their way to the top 3 in E20 Seniors out of turn number 9. There is a distinct dry line starting to show itself on the circuit. 2 minutes and 20 plus an additional lap still to go. A little bit of a sideways moment there for Days Dams. That lost him at least probably 1/10 of a second through that final sector. Gap now down to 0.2 between Days Dams and Mats Johan Overhoff. And Mats Johan Overhoff was over 0.2 quicker. That uncharacteristic mistake from Days Dams has really given a window of opportunity for Mats Johan Overhoff to chase the Belgian down. And again, slightly sideways through turn 6 for the 721. But both will be using the boost button, which gives the drivers an additional 4 kilowatts of power, in addition to the 20 kilowatts of standard output on the E20, which roughly converts to around about close to 40 horsepower. As we have got a yellow flag, as Hector Ramirez has not had a good day in the office so far. He's just had another spin and actually on the start-finish straight. And he is down at the back end of the field. Days Dams did respond on that particular occasion. Hector Ramirez keeps out of the way as the top 3 go through. And Gaz Baldemans has started to slightly close that gap to Andreas Martis, and is also in his own right in his own right, just over 1.2 seconds ahead of Germany's Rainer Born, who rounds out the top 3 in Senior Masters. Gap was 0.3 of a second after 8 laps of racing. We're about to complete lap number 9 out of 10, as we will go on to the penultimate lap of the E20 pre-final here at Karting Genk. So Mats-Johan Overhoff will now know he's got 2 laps to go for it. 0.236 is the gap between first and second overall. And through turns 3, 4 and 5, Mats-Johan Overhoff is getting closer and closer, and he's late on the brakes through turn number 6. The E20 Masters field comes around the final corner and into turns 1 and 2. Antoine Lemieux, now 8th overall, is leading by over a second over Christopher Holst. Arthur Lorimier rounds out the top 3, and Frédéric Lemieux still running in 4th position and 11th overall in the full classification. Just over 1,500 metres remains of the E20 pre-final. And Thijs Daams has managed to hold on to that race lead, but Mats-Johan Overhoff will keep on pushing right up until the checkered. Last lap board is out. 0.23 is the gap. It's all about what does Mats-Johan Overhoff have in his pocket, his back pocket thereof, to try and get through. At this moment, Thijs Daams still controlling the proceedings. Down the Europelan they go for the final time. If Mats-Johan Overhoff was a couple of kart lengths closer, he might have had a shot through into turn 7. Now into the sweeper at 8. Mats-Johan Overhoff, that particular occasion into Cafe Corner, was right up the rear bumper of Thijs Daams into turn 12 for the final time. Mats-Johan Overhoff sweeps wide, but is it going to be enough? They're both going to be applying the boost button, but it's going to be Thijs Daams who completes another race victory in a row. That's 4 for the Belgian. Mats-Johan Overhoff finishes 0.3 of a second behind. Tomas Ibsen takes 3rd, and Emma Svensson, who nearly gave those 3 drivers a bit of a fright on the opening lap, finishes 4th. Hector Ramirez will finish a lap down as Andreas Matis takes another victory in Senior Masters, with Antoine Lemieux from Canada once again taking a win in the E20 junior classification. So Thijs Daams wins overall and wins his 4th successive race in a row by just over 0.3 of a second ahead of Mats-Johan Overhoff. Tomas Ibsen rounds out the top 3, followed by Sweden's Emma Svensson. Andreas Matis picks up his 3rd win in as many races in the Senior Masters class, ahead of Kaz Baldemans, who actually closed on in to get to within 6.5 of the 887 from Germany by the checkered flag. Rainer Born rounds out the top 7, with Hector Ramirez rounding out the 12 strong that completed the race, with Ramirez having a spin on the start-finish straight. Antoine Lemieux wins E20 Junior ahead of Switzerland's Christopher Holst. Arthur Lorimier and Frédéric Lemieux rounding out the E20 Junior classification. Fun and banter in the paddock area, especially in the pre-grid. Smiles and waves along with it, as everyone was looking forward to getting out there for the first of 5 pre-finals, with E20 Junior, Senior and Masters ready to go. And there was the first drama for Hector Ramirez in the race, coming out of the dummy grid, spinning, but still managed to take his customary grid position. the lights went out and seniors and senior masters got underway. Great start there from Kaz Boldemans, who got to the outside of Hector Ramirez early doors. And then Hector Ramirez had another spin and went backwards and had a little bit of an unfortunate touch with Rainer Born as Emma Svensson trying to put the Frighteners on the top 3 in the senior class. Christopher Holst would lead the way in E20 Juniors at the early stage, followed by Antoine and Frédéric Lemieux with Arthur Lorimier rounding out the top 4, as we see some of the Minimax drivers watching on from the sidelines. Thomas Ibsen with a very robust move up the inside of Mats-Johan Overhoff as the pair were battling over second position. But Mats-Johan Overhoff kept it pinned to the outside. And then Hector Ramirez, you know what they say, bad things come in threes. And for Hector Ramirez, bumping over the curbs and completely sideways out of the 12th and final corner, even manages to do some donuts on the start-finish straights. But Thijs Dams winning ahead of Mats-Johan Overhoff, and that will provisionally be your front row for the final later on. Andreas Martis would take the win in Senior Masters, and a victory for Canada's Antoine Lemieux, who was nearly sideways coming out of the final corner to win in Juniors. So we're just over a minute away until the Mini Max Pre-Final. The winners of the respective first and 2 rounds of their calendar, which will be here at Karting Genk, then second weekend of July in Marienborg. The winner of the event will get a ticket, well, we'll get a free entry to this year's Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy, taking place at the Le Mans International Karting Circuit in late July. And that'll be for the winners for rounds 1 and 2 of the season. Their title will be decided at the home of British karting between the 8th and the 10th of September this year. But we have 31 Mini Max drivers. Good to see a little bit of activity in the chat as well. Good to see that Karol Stout is giving Maxim Bobrishov all the very best wishes of luck. So the pre-final and the finals will take place over 11 minutes plus an additional lap of racing here today. Let's take you through the starting grid for the Minimax Pre-Final. On pole position, it will be Jacob Ashcroft, who led the ranking after heats after yesterday's 3 races. Albert Friend, who took the victory in the final heat, lines up alongside on the front row. It's a top 3 British lockout, courtesy of Cole Denham from Dan Holland Racing, the 162, who starts on the inside of row 2. And we'll have Estonia's Nikita Lubimov alongside. Lucas Dorder and Denny Babacek will run at row 3. Max Endicott and Philippe Perez, row 4, with Rory Armstrong and Jakub Kubera rounding at the top 10. Oliver Warner and Patrikias Dokius round at row 6, with Maxim Bobrishov joined by Angelina Simons-Torres on row 7. Christian Segerson and Charles Kitely rounding out row 8. Row 9, it's Kai Clark and Adrien Stions completing the top 20. It's Alexander Van Leeuwen and Sigurd Stubberud Fredriksson. Completing the 31-strong grid, it's Bram van der Beken, Ryan Rivers, Vic van Kampenhout, Len Abbas, Andreas Jaller, Ryan Gandor, Isaac Barker, Jeffrey Beek, Vita Kubera, Kieran Stewart, and last but by certainly no means least from Finland, the 114 of Unto Olavi Lakonen. So the drivers go on to their official formation lap. So the confirmed results from every one of the pre-finals today will set the respective grids for the finals, which will start at 2 p.m. local time this afternoon here in Belgium. So for you, those watching in the UK, it will be 1 p.m, so round about lunchtime. So now Jacob Ashcroft and Albert Friend starting to slow the field into the 2x2 rolling start formation. The red lights are on the starting gantry. The time is set at 11 minutes plus an additional lap. Drivers slowly make their way through the 12th and final corner into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The Mini Max final pre-final gets started right now, and a good start from the pole sitter, being followed by Cole Denham. Albert Friend round the outside at the moment, and it's going to get a bit tetchy going through into turn 3 for the first time, but everyone at the moment is trying to make it through. They have successfully navigated it. And at the front of the field, it is actually Cole Denham, as someone went very, very wide. They look to be Lucas Dorder from Belgium in the 197. We've got one going off. That's Alexander Van Leeuwen. Someone was backwards off of turn number 6 on the Europlan and pointing the wrong way and has rejoined the field. more scrapping a little bit further down the order, around about the lower part of the top 10. 2, 3 wide coming through out of turn 9 into turn 10 at Cafe Corner. Jockeys, I think they're from Lithuania, having a bit of a send session through into turn number 10, as now with Jacob Ashcroft, who was down to 4th after the start, now overtakes Albert Friend through turn 12. And there is the 108, and that is Ryan Gandor from Canada. So unfortunately, the youngster from KR Sports might have been caught up in a slight incident. There are yellow flags at the marshal post just off of turn 10. Denny Babacek battling away with the likes of Felipe Reyes, Kai Clark. Some drivers making their way through into turn 7, as now Ashcroft goes for the lead through turn 8 on Cole Denham and gets it. And also there is Jakub Kubera, who's just got past Albert Friend through turn number 9. So the Czech Republic driver now up into 4th position. Rory Armstrong, who in race 2 yesterday had a valve caught and ran with a puncture, and still managed to finish in the top 15, but was given a, well, subsequently found that his front fairing was out of position and ended up dropping to the back end of the field after a Herculean defensive drive. As now Albert Friend and Jakub Kubera both tried to get past Rory Armstrong, and they do so. So Kubera up to 3rd, Friend up to 4th, Armstrong down to 5th place. Charles Kitely is currently on the move. He's 12th behind Felipe Reyes, followed by Len Abbas, Lucas Sorder and Maxim Bobrishov from Belgium and the UAE, respectively. But Jakub Kubera seems to have a lot of speed with that Sodi kart, a lot of waft from the 129, and is closing on Cole Denham for 2nd position. How's about this for a surprise? Also, just noticed that Charles Kitely has just been hit with a 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels out of the tram lines on the start. Broke formation early before the red lights went out. At the minute, that could drop him considerably down the order, probably outside of the top 20, is the way things stand right now. So Jacob Ashcroft leads the way. His lead over Cole Denham last time around was just over a second, as around the outside of Denny Babacek tries to go Oliver Warner, but was unsuccessful. There's the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, with Cole Denham leading that train. Jakub Kubera ahead of Albert Friend. Rory Armstrong now closing in on his Strawberry Racing teammate. Just behind them, you've got Nikita Lubimov and Kai Clark, Oliver Warner, Denny Babacek, and Max Endicott now round out the top 10. Ashcroft did have a 2nd lead after 3 laps. Looks to expand on that as Albert Friend up the inside of Kubera. That's going to possibly open the door for Armstrong, and it does. Kubera tries to block the advances of the 166 from Northern Ireland, and they rub side wheels, and they rub side walls again. But Rory Armstrong holds his ground, and despite the 2 rubbings of side walls respectively between the 2 drivers, Rory Armstrong holds his ground and his nerve and stays ahead of the 129. But that is allowing the 2 behind, Nikita Lubimov and Kai Clark, to close on in. Kubera looking towards the inside of the youngster from Downpatrick County down the Northern Line, and gets through at turn 7. As Lubimov has to defend sternly through that same chicane in front of Kai Clark from the United Kingdom. 6 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap still remains in this Mini Max Pre-Final. But Ashcroft's lead after lap 4 was 1.4 seconds. Now Albert Friend looking to go up the inside of Cole Denham through turn 12. He does get through. Rory Armstrong, I think, yes, has just got through on Jakub Kubera. And again, that's very close. It's a bit like Mansell and Senna back in the early 1990s, being literally millimetres apart. But Albert Friend now has the opportunity, with some clear air in front of him, to pull not just himself but also Cole Denham along to try and catch up with Jacob Ashcroft. But with 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the timer remaining, that's going to be a tall order. Nikita Lubimov gets passed by Kai Clark going into turn number 6. Fastest lap of the race is now the recovering Alexander Van Meeuwen, who after his exit stage left coming out of turn number 6 is 26th at the moment, a 1:1.124. We're getting close to that point where we will see lap times drop under 60 seconds as Denny Babacek looks for a late move up the inside of Nikita Lyubimov, manages to use the curbing to try and pull alongside the Estonian, but then there's Max Endicott. And there's Felipe Reyes, also the 197 of Lucas Dorder. Endicott has to run wide coming out of turn number 2 to avoid any potential contact. With 4 minutes and 32 seconds still on the timer remaining. It's anyone's guess as to who's going to end up where. So with 4 minutes and 20 still to go, it's Ashcroft from Friend, Denom, Armstrong, Kubera, Clark, Lyubimov, Babacek. But Babacek is now ahead of Lucas Dorder, who's made his way past the likes of Max Endicott, Felipe Reyes. Also, Oliver Warner is in that train as, oh no! Off of the circuit, Oliver Warner has just gone spinning and done a 360. Coming out of turn number 11, he actually hit one of the tyres, holding one of the Rotax flags, coming out of turn number 11, and he was spinning the rear wheels up, and there he is, steam billowing from the rear tyres, trying to get that kart back onto the circuit. And he's trying to get that kart, and yeah, unfortunately, his race is done. Marshall has said, I don't think you're going anywhere, I'm afraid. It's a real shame for Warner, but I think he might have just got pushed out. But I didn't really catch what happened from the commentary position. Meanwhile, Albie Friend has pulled away from Cole Denham, who's got Rory Armstrong and Jakub Kubera not too far behind him, with just over 3 minutes remaining on the timer. Armstrong waiting to bide his time. Could have been a little bit higher than 9th in the rankings had it not been for the puncture in heat number 2 yesterday. And Alexander Van Meeuwen again sets another fastest lap of the race. As all going into turn number 2. Cole Denham holds on to 3rd, and Jakub Kubera trying to go round the outside, and there's a little bit of sidewall rubbing between Armstrong and Cole Denham. That has allowed Kai Clark to capitalise over several drivers. Switchback move there from the 131 of Maxim Bobrishov on Charlie Kitely. Result, that was a bit of a wallop over the curbs for Kai Clark going through turn 7, but manages to keep a hold of the steering and point the kart in the right direction. Now it's all for themselves for what is going to be a pivotal battle for the inside of row number 2 for this afternoon's final. Ashcroft is away and clear. Doesn't need to worry about it. Denny Babacek up the inside of Jakub Kubera through the final corner. Angelina Simons Torres takes the fastest lap at the moment. Just 9 1/1000ths off of 60 seconds. As now again, and the thing is when you have 4 drivers squabbling for the same position, Armstrong has gotten through. Cole Denham was compromised. Not too sure if there might have been a little bit of an assist going through from Armstrong into the side of Denham from Lyubimov. But now it's all starting, the accordion effect is happening. You can see 3 karts there. You've got Kai Clark, Cole Denham, as Kai Clark has no alternative but to go a little bit wider. And Lyubimov goes up the inside, but Felipe Reyes capitalises. Jakub Kubera now getting through on Kai Clark. And the freight train is coming through turn number 9. 60 seconds on the timer to go. Max Endicott trying to get past Denny Babacek. He's got Maxim Bobrishov behind, along with the likes, well, he's got the likes of Angelina Simons Torres. Jakub Kubera looking up the inside there of Lucas Dorder going through the final corner. So 43 seconds still to go on the timer. We're going to have 2 more laps to go, including this one. And Alexander Van Meeuwen, the first driver, I think, to just go, well, he's one of 2 drivers, along with Ryan Rivers, to go underneath the 60-second bracket. Maxim Bobrishov trying to get through. That was on, I think, it's Alexander Van Meeuwen. Oh, drama there. Jakub Kubera sideways and into the side of Nikita Lyubimov. That's allowed Lucas Dorder to get through on the pair of them. as Ashcroft makes his way through turn number 9. Bobrishov battling away. That's one of the GKS carts, and that is Alexander Van Meeuwen. And along with him, looks like, I'm not too sure who that might be. Could that be Bran van der Weyken, possibly? A little bit further behind. And it is the 196 of Bran van der Weyken. So Alexander Van Meeuwen has managed to get through, and the last lap board is out, and Jacob Ashcroft already making his way through into turns 1 and 2. So is Albert Friend. Rory Armstrong rounds out the top 3. 4th, Cole Denham. 5th, Felipe Reyes. 6th, Lucas Torder. Jakub Kubera in 7th. Nikita Lubimov. Charles Kitely up to 9th, despite having a 3-second time penalty post-race for 2 wheels out of the tram lines on the start. He's got Kai Clark and Max Endicott, along with Adrian Stions, Denny Babacek, Maxim Bobrishov, as there is side-by-side between Kubera and Storder, and neither was willing to give an inch, neither was willing to take a mile, and they both rubbed a little bit against each other with side pod to side wall of tyre. Rory Armstrong makes his way through turn number 10, but Jacob Ashcroft takes his 3rd win of the weekend. The 122 from Weston-super-Mare has been unchallenged. His closest competitor, Albert Friend, will take 2nd and finishes nearly 2.8 seconds adrift. Rory Armstrong takes P3, a further 2.5 seconds behind. And then the swarm comes over across the start-finish line to take the checkered flag. Cole Denham and Felipe Reyes round out the top 5 positions. Jakub Kubera, Nikita Lubimov, Lucas Torder, Charles Kitely, Kai Clark, Max Endicott, Adrian Stions, Maxim Bobrishov, Denny Babacek, Angelina Simons-Torres round out the top 15. Sigurd Stubberup Fredriksson, Alexander Van Meeuwen, Bran van der Weyken, Vic van Kampenhout and Ryan Rivers round out the top 20. Isaac Barker, Christian Segerson, Patrikas Jokius from Lithuania, Len Abbas, Jeffer Beek, Vitek Kubera. Then we got Andreas Jarup and Unto Olavi Lakonen. Kieran Stewart being the last of the 29 classified finishers. Oliver Warner, we unfortunately lost through an incident out of turn number 11 on lap 6, and Ryan Gandor out at turn 10 on the opening lap. So waves to the camera from the youngest competitors and their mechanics on the starting grid ahead of our first of 5 pre-finals. Maxim Bobrishov trying to warm up, normally used to the climate in the United Arab Emirates, so trying to keep warm as the drivers then headed out onto the 1,360 metre circuit here at Karting Genk. As always, the starts from the Minimax drivers have been nothing short of exemplary, especially with the formation, as they came through the tram lines, and there was the moment where Charles Kitely broke formation before the red lights went out. Jacob Ashcroft would lead the field into turns 1 and 2. Albert Friend, Nikita Lubimov will be around the outside, but a mistake from Ashcroft allowed Cole Denham to get through. There was Alexander Van Meeuwen coming out of turn number 6, doing a bit of grass tracking, and managed to rejoin the circuit. And then there was this moment. This is for Ryan Gandor from KR Sport, the young Canadian, to turn number 10. And steam coming from the tyres on the 108 chassis. Then Albert Friend decided to get one up on Jakub Kubera and allowed the opportunity for Rory Armstrong to come through. But then the Czech Republic driver and the youngster from Northern Ireland would start clashing with sidewalls. There was the first time of it happening, and then another time heading into the braking zone. Smoke rising from both respective tyres that were rubbing against each other, but Armstrong held his ground. Then Albert Friend would make his move up the inside of Cole Denham. That would be for second on the road, whilst Jacob Ashcroft was cantering away into the distance. And then again, it was nearly a repeat, but this time it was Rory Armstrong to the outside, Kubera to the inside. Max Endicott would make his way through on Lucas Lauder through turn number 12, using the assistance of space to get through, and then Felipe Reyes would also get through on the Belgian going through. There was Oliver Warner after spinning out 360, hitting one of the tyres spinning the rear wheels in frustration, trying to get out of the kart, and the marshal said, unfortunately, your race is not continuing. Then we had this battle. This was between Rory Armstrong and Cole Denham, with Kai Clark from Dan Honda Racing not too far behind. And then a little bit of a touch here as everything started to concertina. Sometimes with those kind of incidents, it's difficult to tell who was at fault. It was 4 karts in a row, all squabbling for what would eventually be third position for Rory Armstrong as Kai Clark looked up the inside of Cole Denham going through turn number 4. Then coming through turn 7, Kai Clark would then lose one position, well, at least a couple of positions. With Nikita Lubimov close to him on the inside, a bit of a sidewall contact between the pair allowed the Netherlands' Felipe Reyes to get through, along with the likes of the recovering Lucas Dorder and Jakub Kubera from the Czech Republic. Kubera would then also go through on Dorder and then go sideways into Nikita Lubimov, get a touch from behind courtesy of Dorder as it was 3 wide coming out of turn number 6. And also sideways again for Kubera, this time on the inside of Lucas Dorder. That was from the where we saw Lucas Dorder having to avoid when turned right, but it was Jacob Ashcroft who picked up his third win out of 4 this weekend, which provisionally puts him on pole for the final this afternoon.
And so you're the best 36 drivers out of that weekend. Yeah? So we had 75 drivers, more than 50% missed the final. So you're the best 36. And I think we must show that out now. Yeah? It would be yesterday in the qualifying heats. There was a lot of bumping, trying to block other drivers. Yeah. So keep in your mind, the fastest thing is always to drive in the racing. If you start to defend, you are slowing down and the other drivers close up, and then you have a train behind you, and if one gets into your inside, you are overtaken by 3, 4, 5 drivers. Yeah? So the fastest thing is always to do the racing. Yeah? So the blocking don't bring you in a good position to the end of the race. Okay, so keep that in your mind. We have also Mike is coming down now, on track, also looking for situations. We have enough guys out there and also in the race control. Stay fair, fight hard, but stay fair. Okay? Good luck.
Let's take you through our starting grid for the Junior Rotax Pre-Final. On pole position, it will be the UK's Timo Jungling, and representing Jordan on the outside of the front row will be Hamza Al-Fayez. Matej Radenkovic and Armand Hamilton, representing Belgium and Hungary, will be on row 2. The Netherlands and the UK represented on row 3, courtesy of Krik Knorren and Archie Clark. Dave Stevens and Mika van der Pavert make it an all-Dutch row number 4, with the UK's Thomas Behrman and Belgium's Boluet running at the top 10. Casper Schormans, Thomas Ingram Hill, Alberto Kiko Fracassi, Ollie Wise, Tino Sidler, Noah Janssen, Kenzo Craigie, Christopher Alfagali, Thomas Min-Spearing and Cameron Nelson round out the top 20. Completing the capacity 36-strong grid is Olivia Jonkers, Oscar Gutschow, Miko Manila, Tom Sweller, Nemanja Jovanovic, August Reber, Zain El Homosani, Boaz Maximov, Luke Kornder, Max Cuthbert, and the 6 qualifiers from our second chance heat this morning: Joshua Graham, Knut Nielsen, Sebastian Koch, Ryan Borguino, Anas Majauskis, and Casper Nissen. So the drivers coming towards the conclusion of the formation lap as the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. 11 minutes on the timer, plus an additional lap set to count down the minute the lights go out. We'll be down to Timo Jungling and Hamza Al-Fayez to control the pace on the rolling start. So now the drivers start making their way out to the 12th and final corner, into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? It's a full start. Another formation lap is now taking place. So race director not happy with that one. I can sense there's a little bit of nervousness from the drivers and anticipation of the start, but also we have to say a big thank you to the teams and the families for always supporting their drivers through whatever trials and tribulations they have within their motorsport career. A big thank you to you for making this weekend what it is. But the drivers now will reset, refocus, and recalibrate what they've got to do. They've got to refocus their minds and make sure that they are on point. We want to get them going second time of asking, and this will set the tone for the remainder of today's activities out on track. The 36 drivers comprising of 18 rows of those that have made it through to this stage. Now the real hard work begins. It's the second time of asking as the false start light has been reset and rescinded. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The Junior Rotax Pre-Final starts now. Good start by the 2 on the front row, and a bit of a mistake. And Hamza Al-Fayez is straight on off of turn number 2. And he's going to have to stop and wait. It's a real shame. I mean, Jungling got compromised in all of that, but who is leading the way? They're going to come through turn number 6 very shortly. That is Mateo Radenkovic leading the train of karts as they make their way through turn 6 on the opening lap. So it is all bunching up as Hamza Al-Fayez did rejoin. He's currently sitting in 5th position, but had to wait until the field joined him, so it was unfortunate. He went for the high wide enhancement around the outside at turn 2. It didn't pay off for the Jordanian. He's got Timo Jungling behind him along with the 244 from Argenti Motorsport, and that is Kenzo Craigie. But at the moment, Bolowet is battling away for 2nd position. That is with Armand Hamilton. Krit Knorden rounds out the top 4. Timo Jungling rounds out the top 5. Kenzo Craigie now up into 6th with Hamza Al-Fayez, Tino Sidler, Thomas Behrman, Archie Clark, and a great start from Christopher El Faghali, but there is a bit of chaos on the outside of turn number 3. Some drivers having to rejoin the circuit. So looked to be a 3-kart incident. And Radenkovic already has a lead of, get this, 1 3/4 seconds after the opening lap. So drivers making their way through into turn number 12. As Radenkovic completes lap number 2, what's the gap between him and Bolowet? Was 1 3/4 seconds, now 1.6. Krit Knorden in 4th, sets the fastest lap of the race. Timo Jungling in 5th, ahead of Kenzo Craigie from Argenti Motorsport. Hamza Al-Fayez, Thomas Behrman now gets past Tino Sidler for 8th. Christopher El Faghali now hits the top 10, having started 18th. It's Dave Stevens, Archie Clark, Cameron Nelson, Oscar Guccio, and Olivier Jonkers running at the top 15. There was a little bit of activity in the pit lane. I've just seen. Oh, Casper Schormans has dropped all the way down to the back end of the grid. It was, Alberto Kiko Fracassi might more than likely be in the pit lane. He didn't come through sector number 3, so the Italian will have to start from the back of the grid for the final later on. Eight minutes plus an additional lap still remains. Mateo Radenkovic, how big is his lead now? 1.6 seconds as Armand Hamilton nearly goes side by side and goes up the inside of Bolowet through into turn 2. Krit Knorden also looking to try and get through. Casper Nissen has just set the fastest lap of this race. Where is Casper Nissen? He's all the way up into 19th. Well, and that was from the back of the grid. So he's nearly halfway up the field already, because there have been dramas for quite a few drivers, including Sebastian Koch, including Thomas Ingram Hill. Boris Maximov down in 29th position. Mika van der Parvet all the way down in 28th place. So with 7 minutes and 12 seconds still to go on the clock, plus an additional lap, anything can potentially happen in this pre-final. Mika van der Parvet started in 8th place, and we have got our first official retirement. Alberto Kiko Fracassi, who started on the inside of row 7, out and will start from 36th and stone dead last in the pre-final. I'm just looking to see where Casper Nissen actually started. Casper Nissen started 36th. There's the 247 off the circuit. That's Archie Clark battling away with the likes of Dave Stevens, Cameron Nelson, Olivier Jonkers and Oscar Guccio. There's Krit Knorden looking to try and get through on Bolowet for 3rd place. But they have got Kenzo Craigie closing in. And Craigie went nearly a second quicker. As we've got another drama up at the exit of turn 8 into turn 9. There is Thomas Behrman ahead of Dave Stevens. Good move there from Archie Clark up the inside of Tino Sidler. And there is also Cameron Nelson, not too far adrift, just behind the Swiss racer from JJ Racing. Dave Stevens going toe-to-toe with Thomas Behrman through the exit of turn number 2. The lead now is 2.1 seconds as Matej Denkovic still leads the way. No surprise that Kasper Schormans just pumps in the fastest lap of the race, as behind Thomas Behrmann and Tay Stevens is Olivier Jonkers, who's on the verge of getting into the top 10, as Kenzo Craigie has now reeled in. Krit Knorren was over half a second quicker, and the young Brit is going to go up the inside. That's a nice move through turn number 10 for Kenzo Craigie, up to P4. Now he's going to start chasing those in front, as he's got both Boluet and Armand Hamilton, who are in third and second respectively. 5 minutes to go. Top 6 covered by 3.159 seconds, courtesy of Timo Jungling from the United Kingdom, who started on pole position. Christopher El Fagali started 18th, now up into 8th place, a gain of 10 positions. We also had the fact it was Max Cuthbert and Ollie Wise that dropped to the back of the grid. That was the incident coming out of turn number 8 just a moment ago. But Krit Knorren trying to get back past Kenzo Craigie, but that has allowed Timo Jungling to close on in. The youngster based out of London, family originally from Germany. One of 2 brothers that did compete in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships as Honda Cadets. And Timo gets through on Krit Knorren. That's for P5. Now, Craigie up the inside. That was a lovely little lunge there from Kenzo Craigie up the inside of Boluet to take P3 away from the youngster from Belgium. But Armand Hamilton has started pulling away. And what's more, Armand Hamilton is trying to reel in Matej Denkovic with 3 3/4 minutes to go. Christopher El Fagali now holds the fastest lap of the race, 57.155. He's now up to 7th ahead of Jordan's Hamza Al-Fayez. Tay Stevens, Thomas Behrmann, Olivier Jonkers, Archie Clark, Tino Sidler, Cameron Nelson and Joshua Graham round out the top 15. So Joshua Graham started 30th. He's now in the top 15 and pushing to go further up the field. Radenkovic is going to come across the line to complete lap number 8. And the lead between him and Armand Hamilton has gone down again. Over a 10th and a half, as there is the move from Boluet up the inside of Timo Jungling. Krit Knorren trying to get through. There is Christopher El Fagali. The young Lebanese driver has made good his intent by moving up the field. He's moved up 11 positions. Now it's going to be 12. He gets up the inside through turn 6 on the Netherlands' Krit Knorren. And that's for 6th position. But Armand Hamilton has got some severe pace right now, and I think Matej Denkovic might have a reason just to try and keep looking over his shoulder at the odd occasional opportunity. As there was a little bit of debris I just saw hit one of the drivers on the helmet. Might have been a bit of rubber pickup there. Kasper Schormans has now recovered up to 26th. The last runner at the moment is the UAE's Zain El Homosani. It's not been an easy one from the youngster, as there is a move there. That's the 285. And that is Knud Nielsen past Archie Clark. Knud Nielsen, folks, started 32nd on the grid, as Tino Sidler goes up the inside of Olivier Jonkers. They have another touch coming out of turn number 6. And Knud Nielsen, not too far away from them either. So the 285 is definitely making some strides forward. A minute and a half still to go. Gap between first and second was 1.2 seconds last time around. I would hazard a guess that might be less than a second as we go into the last minute and 20 plus an additional lap. Armand Hamilton is pushing. 0.7. That is a monster lap there from Armand Hamilton as Timo Jungling sends it up the inside of Boluet through into turn number 2. Christopher El Fagali gets denied, but Krit Knorren up the inside of the Lebanese driver drops the 2-2-1 down a position, back down to 7th. The pace being shown by the likes of Armand Hamilton and Kenzo Craigie has been mighty in these last few laps. Tay Stevens, however, in 9th position is the fastest driver out there into the 56.6s as Bolowet and Krik Knorren go into battle. That allows Al Fagali to get into the mix on this one. He's on the inside of Bolowet on the inside of turn 9, has to back out of it going into turn 10. Armand Hamilton will again reduce that gap. That's going to be less than half a second. Is Al Fagali up the inside of Louet? So goes Al Fayez and gets the pair of them. 0.448. 15 seconds to go, 2 laps remaining. And the fights are starting to really intensify. El Fagali gets through on Hamza Al Fayez. Bolowet round the outside of the Jordanian through turn 3, has to hold back through turn 4. Tay Stevens gets through, and there is Thomas Behrman. So the gap between Mateo Radenkovic and Armand Hamilton was just under 4.5 tenths of a second. As there is a move, Tay Stevens goes into the side of Hamza Al Fayez, and that allows Bolowet to get through. Thomas Behrman could also get through at this point of the circuit. They nearly rubbed wheels. It was side by side between Behrman and Azul. Gets a little bit of a hip check from Hamza Al Fayez inadvertently, and he runs over the back. And that is Behrman over the back of Al Fayez through the final corner as we head on to the final lap. And that engine there's steam from the engine on Al Fayez. And that is going to be terminal for the youngster from Jordan. A real shame there. But in the meantime, I'm keeping my eyes on what's happening up and down the order. It is difficult to keep an eye on everything, but I'm keeping an eye on the leaders as well as the battle for a little bit further back between Jungling, Knorren and El Fagali. That is for 4th, but there are the leaders. Armand Hamilton got close to within half a second as we've just got a handful of corners to go. Mateo Radenkovic leads the top 3 coming through to Cafe Corner, turn 10 for the final time, turn 11, now turn 12. Everyone had the best of intentions, but that driver which profited the most, it was Mateo Radenkovic, who wins the pre-final by 4 tenths of a second ahead of Armand Hamilton. Kenzo Craigie doing an absolutely stellar job, the youngster from Argenti Motorsport. He started, now where did Kenzo Craigie start? I'm just looking on the grid here. 17th to 3rd, brilliant performance, but there is your pre-final winner, Mateo Radenkovic, finishing ahead of Armand Hamilton and Kenzo Craigie. Timo Jungling and Christopher El Fagali take 4th and 5th respectively. Krik Knorren, Bolowet, Tay Stevens, Tino Sidler and Knud Nielsen round out the top 10. Archie Clark, Mika van der Parvet, Joshua Graham, Cameron Nelson and Olivier Jonkers round out the top 15. Ryan Bourguignon, Thomas Behrman, Thomas Minspearing, Miko Manila, Kasper Schormans, Hamza Al Fayez, who had a lot of steam, probably from the coolant pipe on the engine after the incident just a few moments ago with Thomas Behrman. Noah Janssen, Thomas Ingram Hill, Alice Michalskis and Max Cuthbert ran at the top 25. Kasper Nissen, Boris Maximov, and there has been a change. Kasper Schormans has been bumped down to 35th and last of the classified finishers after a 5-second time penalty for pushing and another 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. So before him, from 28th onwards, well, you had the likes of Boris Maximov, 26, Oscar Gudshaw, Ollie Wise, Tom Streller, Sebastian Kosh, Nemanja Jovanovic, August Reber, Zain El Homosani, and Luke Corner with Kasper Schormans rounding out the grid, and Alberto Kiko Fracassi out on lap 1. All drivers being instructed by the race director of exactly what he wants to see in the race, not just from the race start, as there were handshakes between the drivers, wishing each other good luck ahead of what would be a very intense and frantic Junior Rotax pre-final. First of all, there was the false start, requiring the drivers to go around for another 1,360 metres to get themselves set, ready. As the lights went out and we got underway, Timo Jungling would start to lead the way, but Hamza Al Fayez from Jordan went around the outside and then went straight on, shortcutting the circuit inadvertently, and then would have to wait. But he controlled the kart nicely, slowed and waited as everything else transpired behind. Bolowetz and Armand Hamilton would be into battle very, very early in the race, along with Krik Knoren from the Netherlands in the 262, whilst everyone were chasing them down. Alberto Kiko Fracassi will start from the back of the grid after the Italian had to promptly retire after lap number 1. Armand Hamilton steamrolled his way past Bolowetz in the chase, or to chase after Matej Radenkovic from Belgium, who took the lead after all the dramas that happened through the opening couple of laps. Then also there were moments like this where the likes of Tino Sidler would find himself battling away with Dave Stevens and Archie Clark. Kenzo Craigie was definitely on the move, having started in 17th position and made his way past Bolowetz to try and chase down Armand Hamilton and Matej Radenkovic. The pace for the Argentine motorsport driver very evident. Even the 214 of Sebastian Koch was trying to make good his intentions, battling away with several of the drivers, including one of the JJ Racing crew, which was Nemanja Jovanovic. Timo Jungling, who started on pole position, would find himself battling away with Bolowet, and Christopher Elfagali managed to make his way from 18th on the grid to battle for a position in the top 5. At one point, nearly going around the outside of Krik Knoren. More side-by-side action through turn number 9 as Elfagali and Louet were side-by-side out of the corner. Elfagali would then overtake Bolowet going into turn number 12 as Hamza Al-Fayez also managed to get past not just Louet, but Elfagali in the process, with Dave Stevens latching on behind in the train. Then this moment here was Dave Stevens going to the side of Hamza Al-Fayez through the exit of turn number 9 with Bolowet, and now the emerging Thomas Behrman coming into the fray. Behrman would also go side by side with Dave Stevens through turn number 10, and then an inadvertent hip check led to this moment where Thomas Behrman ran over the right rear of Hamza Al-Fayez, whose engine's coolant pipe, you can see the fluid there and the pipe adrift. Thomas Behrman would inadvertently rearrange the foam barriers coming out of the dummy grid, whilst Hamza Al-Fayez's engine was not only losing coolant, but also billowing steam from the pipe. But Matej Radenkovic weathered the storm and made sure that he crossed the line first ahead of Armand Hamilton, with Kenzo Craigie rounding out the top 3, with Dan Holland Racing's Timo Jungling and Christopher Elfagali completing the top 5. Now time for our penultimate pre-final of the opening round of the season. It's time for senior Rotax. Here is your starting grid. So on the front row, it's Tommy van der Stroys versus Mark Kimber, Sean Butcher and Kai Hillertz, row number 2. Jaden Teen and Matthew Higgins, row 3. Row 4, it's Austin Lee and Lewis Gilbert. Lachlan Robinson and Vic Stevens complete the top 10. And it's Devian Horst, Miska Kaskinen, Archie Walker, Ethan Jeff Hall, Farhan Mega, Frederick Zebis Christensen, Arthur Robin, Nolan Lemaray, Caden McQueen, Elia Papasena, who complete the top 20. Completing the top 30 positions on the grid are Zomber Kovac, Mika Barthélemy, Colin Vajny, Kai Hunter, Mario Sidler, Dion van Verven, Sam Bergstein, Paul Forquemin, Petra Babichkova and Mitch Haynert. And qualifying through the second chance heat earlier on this morning, Maxence Bouvier, Leon Zelenko, Jaden Pope, William Haugstrand, Christoph Saller and Sebastian Bach. So from 76 drivers, we now have reduced the field to 36. 10, unfortunately, not making it through to today's second chance heat. And a further 30 were thereby having their weekend called time on. Van der Stroys and Kimber, youth versus experience on the front row. We're going to have a 14-minute plus an additional lap race. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Senior Rotax pre-final is go. Good start by the pole sitter, Van der Stroys. Butcher looking to get up the inside very early. As we've had multiple incidents, Dion van Verven involved. I've also just seen the 345. And that was Devian Horst, who started pretty much just outside of the top 15, as we've got a very, very slow kart. From Dams Racing. Didn't quite catch the number. There's a lot of drivers making their way through into turn 7. Looks like someone might have a bit of a noisy exhaust. There is a JJ Racing kart. There is a noisy... I think I can hear a noisy exhaust out there. Not sure where it's coming from. And there is... Oh, hang on a minute. Do not... Now, who is that coming through? That is possibly Kai Hunter I just spotted. Well, Kai Hunter's just... Well, he's up to speed. Someone was very, very slow coming down the run through from turns 9 to 10, but Van der Stroys leads. Second, it's Butcher. Third, it's Kimber. And now Butcher goes for the lead through turn 2 on the start of lap 2, and he's got through, got the job done. Kimber's got through. There's Austin Lee behind Tommy van der Stroys. Matthew Higgins now up to 5th. Jaden Teen rounds out the top 6. Arthur Horbat and Archie Walker round out the top 8. And yeah, Miska Kaskinen was the driver going slowly, the 343 from Finland. A 385 from Finland. The 343 of Farin Mega is way back away from everybody else. And there's been a drama between Austin Lee and Matthew Higgins coming out of turn number 8. And having to avoid there was the 357 of Christoph Saller. And now it's a straight-out dogfight for the top 3. Butcher versus Kimber as Jade and Tommy van der Stroys as Jaden Teen goes up the inside of Arthur Robin to take back 4th position. Butcher leads, but not by much, just over 1/10 of a second after the opening 2 laps. And there is an absolute swarm of senior road taxis making their way through as someone else, well, that's more than likely, that was 914 going off the circuit. Mika Barthélemy, who was running 11th at that point. Oh, very, very wide there from Arthur Horbat, and that allows the 329 of Lewis Gilbert to get through. Kai Rilitz is in 8th at the moment. We've got yellow flags at Marshall Post 2 again. But Butcher, Kimber and Van der Stroys have kept themselves up front. Looks like there was a 3-wide exchange coming through into turn number 10. And leading that now is Lewis Gilbert. Zsombor Kovac has gotten ahead of Kai Rilitz. In between them, they've got Archie Walker. Reese Hunter is there. Lachlan Robinson, I've just spotted, is outside of the top 10. So just over 3 minutes completed of this 14-minute plus an additional lap race. And there's drama. That is Kai Hunter and Archie Walker coming together on the outskirts of turn number 3. Both of them drop from what was 6th and 7th respectively. The dramas keep on coming here in senior road tax in the pre-final. So Miska Kaskinen out. Vic Stevens, the 369 from Dams Racing, now down into 35th position. And now there has been a change. Tommy van der Stroys now up into 2nd position ahead of Mark Kimber. 4th is Jaden Teen, and he's catching the 3-time Grand Finals champion down, catching him up. And now in 5th position, that is Lewis Gilbert. Kai Rilitz now in 6th. Zsombor Kovac in 6th. Caden McQueen up to 7th. Arthur Horbat, Elia Papasena and Kai Rilitz now round out the top 10. Colin Vajny, Sebastian Bach, Lachlan Robinson, Mika Barthélemy and Mitch Haynett round out the top 15. Barthélemy had a bit of a scare and he's recovered. So Miska Kaskinen out, Vic Stevens now out of this race. And despite everything that's been going on, we still have 34 drivers running. It's Jaden Teen now putting the pressure on Mark Kimber. Through into turn number 12 they go. Lewis Gilbert, the pride of Scotland, hunting them down as well. Frederick Zevis Christensen down in 25th position, has set the fastest lap of the race, but now it's Gilbert's time to shine. But then it's Elia Papasena in 9th, 54.384. The pace is increasing. The adhesion is coming to the track. The grip levels will increase. So top 10 covered by 6.7 seconds. Sean Butcher now has a 1.1 second lead over the Netherlands' Tommy van der Stroy. 6 years difference in age between the driver that is leading the way and the driver that took the ranking after heats lead after yesterday's heats. Jaden Teen now senses an opportunity. So does Lewis Gilbert. Out of the final corner. 2nd to 5th, covered by just under 7/10. It's nearly 3 wide, a little bit further back with Papasena involved in all of that. And he was in the middle of Caden McQueen, who's actually got in front of him. And Caden McQueen now up into what is 7th position. Elia Papasena in 8th. Arthur Horbat in 9th now. Austin Lee is now in 27th. Seeing where Matthew Higgins is. He's had a better time because he was actually on the asphalt when the incident happened with Austin Lee. Currently 20th. Archie Walker 29th. Kai Hunter 26th. That's how quickly your race can change with an incident. As Lachlan Robinson closing in on Mika Barthélemy. There is the 906. That's Maxence Bouvier. Maxence Bouvier has made his way halfway through the field as Kimber has now got back past Jaden Teen. Lewis Gilbert hard on the brakes, late on the brakes, through on the inside of turn number 6 on Jaden Teen, and that is for 4th position. Sean Butcher eking out a very, very slight advantage to the tune of 1.2 seconds. So we've got a black and white warning flag going out to William Haugstrand in 19th position. He's just ahead of Fredrik Zebis Christensen. Just under 6.5 minutes to go. Still all to play for in this pre-final. Katie McQueen has dropped to 10th place behind Elia Papasena. Kai Rillet's now past Arthur Robin for 8th place, with the Frenchman in 9th. McQueen down to 10th. Vajdi, Bach, Barthélemy, Robinson and Devian Horst. As Katie McQueen now trying to get back at those in front, and he's ahead of Colin Vajdi. He was trying to go side by side with Arthur Robin, and he's got through. And now Lewis Gilbert gets past Jaden Teen for 4th place. Front fairing looks a little bit wobbly on the front of Lewis Gilbert's car. Says, oh, drama's there for the 913, and that is Katie McQueen. Katie McQueen, that was coming out of turn number 9. I'm not too sure it was someone trying to do a bit of a late lunge and collected the 913 from Milton Keynes in the United Kingdom. Zsombor Kovac's final heat yesterday. Had a chat with team boss Kilian Kraft that Zombor's chain actually fell off on the opening lap. But now he's punching at the weight we normally respectfully see him at in at least the top 6, and then maybe sometimes beyond that. Kai Hunter is Kai Rillet's is about just over a second adrift, but will be catching. And that's just over a second adrift of 7th place at the moment, with Elia Papasena occupying that position, being driver coach this weekend by Bas Lammers. See some very different driving styles. Mark Kimber tends to lean in the corners, certain corners a little bit more than the others. To try and shift the balance of weight transfer, just to help carry the momentum through the corners. You can see he leans from side to side. Good move there from Zsombor Kovac on Jaden Teen. That's the Hungarian, now up into 5th place. So 10 minutes down, 4 to go. And Van der Stroy's back past Kimber for 2nd position. But Butcher is comfortably ahead. 1.6 seconds was the distance between 1st and 2nd last time round. Could we be getting closer to that 2-second mark? 1.665. Matthew Higgins has just set the fastest lap on lap number 10 of a 54.089. Higgins at the moment has now resurged his way up to 12th position. As there is Kimber up the inside of Van der Stroy's, through into 2nd position. And Gilbert gets through for P3 at turn 7. And now that is Jaden Thien that has just got through on Zsombor Kovac, has retaken that 5th place. Elia Papasena has now joined them. So this is a 6-kart battle for what is 2nd position. As a lunge up the inside of Jaden Thien through the final corner by Zsombor Kovac. And Elia Papasena gets through, gets a rubbing of sidewalls with Zsombor Kovac, but still the Italian holds his ground. And just behind them, I spot Kai Rillet's in the 374, has now joined that train. So you've got 2 drivers from Kraft Motorsport behind RR Racing's Jaden Teen. Kovac gets through on the 380. Jaden Teen says, come on, man, don't start doing that, as Gilbert launches it up the inside of Kimber. That allows both Gilbert and Van der Stroy's to get through. Elia Papasena now waiting to get his way past the 302 from Birmingham. 12 minutes down, 2 to go, plus an additional lap. Butcher's coming out of the final corner. His lead was nearly 2.5 seconds, but that is going to increase further still. Lewis Gilbert now in second position. Third is Tommy van der Soijs. Mark Kimber down to fourth. Elia Papacena, Jaden Teen. Kai Hilets now ahead of Zombor Kovac in seventh and eighth respectively. Mika Barthélemy and Matthew Higgins have been battling away, and I think, yep, Higgins now up into ninth. Higgins has started to make a bit of a comeback in the latter half of this race. Austin Lee now one step away from heading back into the top 20. Leon Zelenko 13th, Fredrik Zebis Christensen 14th, with Colin Vajny rounding out the top 15 drivers. As Jaden Teen was looking up the inside of Elia Papacena through into turn 10. He had to think about it and then decide otherwise, because Kai Hilets might have looked for a move up the inside there as well. And still, Lewis Gilbert unable to pull away. Well, he is slightly pulling away from Mark Kimber, but he's got Tommy van der Soijs right with him, going through into turn number 6. Looks like we are going to be on our penultimate lap, lap number 15 out of 16, as a bit of a skirmish between the likes of Arthur Robin, Lachlan Robinson, and we've also got the 351 of Leon Zelenko. Gilbert still leading that train for second, as Butcher now will make his way very shortly out of turn number 11, and he sprints his way down to turn 12. Gap now nearly 4 seconds, and it's going to exceed 4 seconds as we will head on to our penultimate lap of this race with 2 seconds remaining. Time has now expired. 4.1 seconds is the lead of the race between first and second position, as now it all changes again. Kimber was trying to go around the outside of Van der Soijs. Papacena has got through on Gilbert, who dropped all the way from second, courtesy of Van der Soijs launching out up on the inside through into turn 2. And now Hilets has a real opportunity for getting second himself. He's got this and one more lap to go. As a little bit of a catch between Gilbert and Papacena. And Papacena spins around 180 degrees, rejoins. And that has allowed Kai Hilets to end up into 4th position as a direct correlation. Jaden Teen battling away with Zombor Kovac, who was a little bit late on the brakes coming into turn number 10. Last lap underway for the Senior Rotax Pre-Final. Sean Butcher not having to worry about anything that's transpiring behind him, as the gap now between him and Tommy van der Soijs is nearly 5.3 seconds. Van der Soijs second, Kimber third, Hilets now up into 4th. Jaden Teen holding on to 5th at the moment, and they all have started to pull away from Zombor Kovac. Matthew Higgins, in the meantime, now up into 7th, as Lewis Gilbert has dropped down to 8th place. Leader making his way through the exit of turn number 8, as this quartet battle over second position. This is very crucial because it's for the front row on the final later on, and that will take place at 3:15 local time. Jaden Teen also trying to get past Hilets in the dying stages of the race. But Sean Butcher, calm and cool, and wins the pre-final. The 301 from London, looking good for this afternoon's festivities. Tommy van der Soijs will again provisionally line up on the front row. Mark Kimber, Kai Hilets, Jaden Teen, Zombor Kovac, Matthew Higgins, Mika Barthélemy, Lewis Gilbert, and Elia Papacena round out the top 10. Fastest lap of the race, Matthew Higgins, 54.089. 11th was Arthur Robin, Fredrik Zebis Christensen, Leon Zelenko, Sebastian Bach, Kai Hunter, Lachlan Robinson, Devian Horst, Maxence Bouvier, Paul Fauquemin, and Colin Vajny round out the top 20. Austin Lee, Mitch Haynert, Archie Walker, William Helgstrand, Nolan Emery, Caden McQueen, Ethan Jeff Hall, Dion van Verven, Farin Mega, Sam Bergstein, Mario Sidler, Petra Babichkova, Jaden Pope and Christoph Sala rounding out the 34 drivers that completed all 17 laps of racing. On lap 2 we lost Vic Stevens, and on the opening lap we lost Miska Kaskinen from Finland. capacity grid of 36 senior Rotax drivers had made it to this final stage of the competition, with one more race, putting them into the possible best position going into this afternoon's final. The revs rose, the lights went out, and we went racing. It was a good start from Tommy van der Soys as he led the field into turns 1 and 2. Sean Butcher, Jaden Teen were trying to make their presence felt early. There's a little bit of a bump initiated, and I saw the fact that Lachlan Robinson was hit from behind, courtesy of Devian Horst and a few other drivers, including the 902 and 377. So the likes of Dion van Werven and a few others coming into strife early in the first corner. And then there was another melee coming out of the corner with the likes of Sam Bergstein, the 343 of Farin Mega, and also Mario Sidler to boot. More dramas between two teammates as Matthew Higgins and Austin Lee were side by side and collected each other going through out of turn number 8. This moment here involved both Archie Walker, whose front axle was up in the air as he was backwards, and Kai Hunter, unable to avoid what transpired. Further up the field, the battling was fast and it was cleanly done, with the likes of Jaden Teen battling away with 3-time Rotax Grand Finals champion Mark Kimber. Lewis Gilbert also showcased his prowess for the majority of the race itself, getting past Jaden Teen at one point through turn number 6. This moment here was a contact between Arthur Robin, who bumped into the back of Caden McQueen coming out of turn number 9, with the British driver having to wait for quite a few drivers to get past. Positions would change between the likes of Van der Sloys and Kimber, as Lewis Gilbert also was factoring in to try and go for second, as Butcher had clearly gone off into the distance. Zsombor Kovac was also in the mix, along with Jaden Teen, with a few other drivers, including the likes of Kai Hillets joining in. Elia Papasena also closing in, as it was nearly a 3-1 exchange between Van der Sloys, Teen and Kovac. Kovac is, in his own right, would make some great overtaking, especially this one, through on Jaden Teen, but that opened the door for Elia Papasena to get past the pair of them, with a little bit of sidewall rubbing between Papasena and Kovac. Van der Sloys was determined to keep himself on the front row for this afternoon's final, getting past Lewis Gilbert, but then losing out to Mark Kimber initially going through into turn 3, with the youngster from the Netherlands managing to stay ahead of the 302 from Strawberry Racing. Papasena would also then make his move until this moment, when the two bumpers, front and rear, of Lewis Gilbert and Elia Papasena caught on each other, and both of them were out of the running for P2. But Sean Butcher, winning by a comfortable mile in front of the rest of the opposition, provisionally books his place on pole position. Ranking after heats leader, Tommy van der Sloys took second, nearly 6.5 seconds behind, with Mark Kimber, Kai Hillets and Jaden Teen rounding out the top 5. Now it's time for our last pre-final before we head into the lunch break, and it's DD2 and DD2 Masters. Here is your starting grid. pole position, it's David Outlechner from in the 4.65. He'll be joined by Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands on the front row. It's the Netherlands and the Czech Republic on row number 2. Enzo Bol and Jakob Bezel. Patrick Snolzlog-Melis from Latvia and Finland's Axel Sarniola on row 3. Martin Henkel Mortensen and Carl Gustav Borgaard make it an all-Danish row number 4. Denmark's Rasmus Vanderbo and DD2 Masters leader after the ranking after heats, Dennis Thum, will line up on row 5, and Thum will start from pole position in DD2 Masters. Peter Bezel and Ville Viljanen from the Czech Republic and Finland line up on row 6 with Christoph Kapitan, Philip Moitzi, Maxim Sechurko, Yannick Nielsen, Jules Cousin, Maxime Dirix, Manuel Tenchet, Leonardo Baccaglini. Then we got Martinas Tankevicius, Victor Frostbay, Nicolas Picot, Carl Klebo, Nico Guillaume, Igor Mukin, Michael Becker, Jericho Kalainen, Sebastian Schul, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Tony Hogg and Camille Kubera, rounding out the 32-strong grid. Of course, no Lucas Pernot. He will be a non-starter as he has had his appendix out as of yesterday. And I know for a fact, Lucas, you are still watching. I'm expecting a DM on my personal Instagram very, very shortly. But glad to hear that you're feeling better, my friend, and we'll see you for the next, hopefully for the next round at Val d'Argenton. So 14 minutes plus an additional lap for this one, for both classes. And good to see my friend Bartosz from Karting Report, who's cheering on Mr. Outlechner. Got Abdullah Al-Fayez. We've got Roger Young from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan. Have you got a beer in your hand yet, Roger? Because I'm sure it's 5 o'clock somewhere. So please don't forget, if you want to show your support, please feel to do so. But you've got to make sure you are a subscriber to the channel. And a big thank you to I think we are edging ever closer to 700 subscribers on the YouTube channel. Currently at 683. So the drivers are in the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? DD2 and Masters Pre-Final gets going. Good start by Outlechner as well as Enzo Bol. The inside line seems to be favourable here at Karting Genk, as it's 3 wide coming out of turn number 2. Some drivers using the runoff area. You can use that on the opening lap, as Tony Hogg decides to hold fire and wait for everyone to get through. And it's 2, 3 abreast. It's going to be side by side at certain points of the circuit. One driver puts 2 wheels on the grass on the left-hand side of the Europlan as they filter their way through turn number 2. Martinas Tankevicius gets a little bit of a hip check coming through out of turn number 7 and into turn 8. But he, with his karting prowess, we saw it at Wackersdorf in the wet when he and 5 other DD2 Masters drivers decided to go out on slicks, and he won by 25 plus seconds. Outlechner, however, leads the way. Enzo Bol, Martin van Leeuwen, and there is Axel Sarniola, who's just gone up the inside of Patrick Snolzlog-Melis, but the Latvian back up into 4th position. And now it's a lead change. Enzo Bol through on David Outlechner. Van Leeuwen holding station in 3rd with 12 minutes and 51 seconds still on the timer remaining. Martin Henkel Mortensen currently finding himself in 6th position behind Axel Sarniola and Patrick Snolzlog-Melis. And at the moment, Dennis Thum is still leading DD2 Masters, currently P10 at the moment. As now, there's a move up the inside through the exit of turn 8. Van Leeuwen up the inside of Outlechner. That's for P2. Lock-Melis leading the train behind. As a stamp on an authoritative stamp on the brakes from Van Leeuwen to stop Outlechner from getting past through turn 10. Now a little bit further behind, that is Jakob Bezel on Axel Sarniola. Martin Henkel Mortensen is now in 5th and is closing in on Patrick Snolzlog-Melis. Dennis Thum up the inside. That would have been on Philip Moitzi from Austria. He got through. And there's several carts between Dennis Thum and Nicolas Picot, who's now currently 2nd in DD2 Masters. As Axel Sarniola gets through on Jakob Bezel through turn 6. That allows Carl Gustav Borgaard to get through as round the outside. That's 3 carts nearly into turn 7. And Jules Cousin's cart is stricken on the inside of turn number 8. Dennis Thum managed to get through all of that, but they're all wrestling with the steering wheels, and Dennis Thum now ahead of Rasmus Vendelbo, it looks like. And Dennis Thum now up into 9th. He's got the 422 of Peter Bezel behind him. As Rasmus Vendelbo has got, oh my goodness me, and someone's off, and that was Nicolas Picot. Hip checked into the foam barriers off of the entrance, out of the entrance onto the circuit. And there is Maxime Dirick, straight on. Straight on, he's going to have to wait. Oh, disaster for Maxime Dirick. He got himself up into 16th position. And inadvertently, he's just going at a third speed to let everyone pass. And now everything's closing up, going through into turn 7. I think, yeah, Maxime Dirick's had an RS competition cart up his inside through turn 7. They both narrowly got away with that. But at the front of the field, Enzo Bol is trying to pull away. But keep your eyes on 4th and 5th position, because here comes the cavalry. It's Patrick Snolls-Lockmelis and the 2018 Euro Trophy DD2 champion back here for a one-off return, Martin Henkel Mortensen. Top 6 were covered by 1.6 seconds after 4 laps of racing. Enzo Bol has not only just got the lead by nearly 4 tenths, he's got the fastest lap of the race so far, 56.210 seconds. So Jules Cousin out of the race, Martinez Stankiewicz. Maxime Dirick and, Nicolas Picot, I'm not too sure if the left front of the 517's Tony kart might have suffered some steering damage, or maybe possibly a track rod. So 9 minutes and 18 seconds to go, plus an additional lap. Enzo Bol, his lead now is 6 tenths. Outlechner is within 2.5 tenths. And Maxim Sechurko, the young Lithuanian who last year was a junior, currently running in P11 behind Peter Bezel from the Czech Republic, has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 55.742. He was running with Tomas Rudokas from the Lithuanian Birel ART squad last year. Maxime Dirick is out of the race, and I thought as much. Nicolas Picot will also be out at this moment. We are down to 29 drivers. Top 5 still covered by 1.6 seconds. And this quintet have stayed out of harm's way. Sebastian Schur and Manuel Atenchep ran at the top 20. Bold still has the lead, but how much has it been truncated by? As Axel Sarniola, now Maxim Sechurko. The fastest lap changed 4 times within 5 seconds on the timing screen. It's changed again. Victor Frostbay, fastest out there, 54.768. And where is Victor Frostbay? 17th at the moment. But first, and we now see a change for second. Outlation has gotten through, and it was just over a second between the top 5. Lockmelis and Mortensen have a chance. They have a chance of being in the top 3. And now Lockmelis goes for the move up the inside of Enzo Bol. He runs wide, and Martin Henkel Mortensen ran the outside of him through turn number 11. Shades of 2018 from Martin Henkel Mortensen. That was textbook. He saw the gap. He used it fully to his advantage. And now Lockmelis and Mortensen have just gone, right, let's go for it. And Outlation's got the lead back after lap number 7. He's got it through on Martin van Leeuwen through turn number 2 on lap 8. So 29 drivers still running, the last of which is Lithuania's Martinas Stankiewicz. And he is making his way out of the final corner as we speak, as our leaders make their way through turn number 8. Yannick Nielsen for RS competition, now up into 13th position. The fastest lap of the race now is in the hands of Austria's Philip Moitzi, who's currently running P8 behind Carl Gustav Borgard in 6th and Axel Sarniola in 7th. 6.5 minutes still to go. Outlechner leads overall ahead of Van Leeuwen, Lochmelis, Mortensen and Bol. Dennis Thum still leads, and he's 11th. His nearest competitor is Christophe Capitan, all the way down in 19th position. The top 5 were covered by just 8/10, and you can see now that the gap is closing. Carl Gustav Borgard has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 54.3 seconds. And the gap between Enzo Bol and Carl Gustav Borgard after the last lap was, what was it? Just over 7/10. The ultimate class of the Rotax racing family is DD2 as Enzo Bol tries to get up the inside of Martin Henkel Mortensen, but the Dane, filled with experience, goes to look towards the inside as now there's going to be a lead change and a change for second. Outlechner demoted down to 3rd position as Van Leeuwen hits the front. Lochmelis now 2nd. Bol now 4th behind Outlechner as Martin Henkel Mortensen drops down to 5th place. Axel Sarniala now gets ahead of Carl Gustav Borgard. Now, did he just put it round the outside of him? I very much think he did. So the chess games in DD2 and DD2 Masters continues. The top 10 covered by 2.4 seconds after 9 laps, and there's more dramas behind. And I think I just saw Maxim Sechurko and one of the KSCA Sodi carts have a drama as now Enzo Bol up the inside of David Outlechner for 3rd place. Martin Henkel Mortensen was also looking up the inside, but didn't have the opportunity to get through. As now, oh! Carl Gustav Borgard goes backwards. Martin Henkel Mortensen is rally crossing off the exit at turn number 2. Oh my goodness. And then someone has just shortcutted, and that was Manuel Tenschert. Probably didn't have anywhere to go, to be completely truthful. But Carl Gustav Borgard fired it in, and now there's the change for the race lead. And now it's changed again because Patrick Stolz-Lochmelis has just spun around. He's been hit by Enzo Bol. It has caused absolute pandemonium. That was incredibly crazy. I think it was just the wet curb. It spun Lochmelis around. Enzo Bol had nowhere to go. Lochmelis was up in the air. And now it's all kicking off, because Martin Van Leeuwen has got a comfortable lead. 2nd, it's Outlechner. 3rd, it is still Enzo Bol. 4th, it's the 421, and that is Philip Moitzi. Sarniala, 5th. Peter Bezel. Peter Bezel goes for a spin off of turn number 2. Now these conditions look to be, might be a little bit greasier. I'm not too sure. I can't see any sort of like significant rainfall happening because they're all on slick tyres. Those conditions are getting very, very treacherous. We have got 3 minutes to go, plus an additional lap of this race. Martin Henkel Mortensen struggles again. There are drivers going off the circuit. And I'm going to have a look at the lap times. Well, the last lap from Martin Van Leeuwen, our race leader, was a 54.979 as Enzo Bol. Those curbs are definitely wet. And he's on tiptoes. He's like treading on eggshells coming out of turn number 10. So Van Leeuwen's lap time was a 54.9 last time around. And it was the lap times are really, really increasing. We've just done a 1 minute 6.6 by the race leader. The conditions seem to be changing. And I've just seen outside of the commentary box window, there is a shower of rain. So that has changed the complete dynamic of this race. The drivers are going to have to be very, very careful when it comes to power application and also the braking. They're going to have to just weather this shower that is happening right now. I just opened the window on the commentary box and saw that it is coming down. That's why everyone was going off circuit. Maxim Sechurko losing out in terms of a position to, that is the 421, Philip Moitzi. They are just going to have to gently get themselves around. You can see with Patrick's Knowles Lockmellis, he was putting the power down and the back end was stepping out to the right-hand side. So it is about throttle modulation. Red flag has been called with the weather conditions shifting as they have done. I am not at all surprised. A very shrewd call by the race director and the race control team. Red flag with just over a minute to go has been called here in the DD2 and the Masters Pre-Final. So with the red flag called, at the moment, it's Martin van Leeuwen that leads the way. David Outlechner, Enzo Bol, Philip Moitzi, Maxim Sechurko, who ran at the top 5. Axel Sarniala, Patrick Knowles Lockmellis, Peter Bezel. Leading in DD2 in 9th position is Dennis Thulm, Carl Gustav Borgaard, Yannick Nielsen, Rasmus Vendelbo, Nicolas Guillaume, Leonardo Baccaglini, Martin Henkel Mortensen. As it looks like they are going to be... yeah, so you can see that there is rainfall in the air. And it's coming down. And that is going to be the race called. We are well over 75% of the race time. So there are your results provisionally. Martin van Leeuwen ahead of David Outlechner, Enzo Bol, Philip Moitzi, Maxim Sechurko, Axel Sarniala, Patrick Knowles Lockmellis, Peter Bezel, Dennis Thulm, Carl Gustav Borgaard, Yannick Nielsen, Rasmus Vendelbo, Nicolas Guillaume. And we've got Leonardo Baccaglini, Martin Henkel Mortensen, Carl Klebor, Ville Villainen, Victor Frostbait, Michael Becker, Jere Kokalainen, Manuel Tenchert, Sebastian Schul, Igor Mukin, Ilias Kalayikmanis, Tony Hogg, Jakob Bezel, Christoph Kapitan being the last to cross the line with 12 laps completed at the red flag stoppage. Camilo Kubera, a few laps on the same lap, finishing 28th. Retirees, Martinez Tankevicius, Maxime Dirix, Nicolas Picot and Jules Cousin. So the last pre-final of the opening round of the season was set to get underway. DD2 and DD2 Masters ready and revved up to go racing. The drivers would then make their way through into turn number 12 and go racing for their pre-final. The anticipation built, and as the drivers built speed, the red lights went out and we went racing. It was a good start by the pole sitter, David Outlechner, with Enzo Bol following him close behind. And then Martin Henkel Mortensen managing to make up a few positions. Some drivers would try and filter their way through. Everyone getting through into turn 2 very nicely in the opening lap. And then this moment here, as Maxime Dirix found himself sideways, Nicolas Picot, the left front, being caught out with the foam barrier, promptly ending the Frenchman's race on the spot. Maxime Dirix would also go for a spin after it was a bit close for comfort as the drivers would make their way through. Maxime Dirix was making his way up the order, but then this moment here, he was sideways, trying to hold the brakes, and then would go straight on and use the shortcut. He would then, well, with the front wheels locking up, these do have front and rear braking systems on them, but he would have to wait for a lot of drivers to go by. The top 5 started to close together, at some points getting within less than 9/10. But this move from Martin Henkel Mortensen, one of the weekend, around the outside of turn 11 at Enzo Bol, when Patrick Knowles Lockmellis went for third and got past the Dutchman. The lead would change several times over the race, including this moment where Martin van Leeuwen and Patrick Knowles Lockmellis would get past the 465 of David Outlechner. Enzo Bol would then make it up to third position. Martin Henkel Mortensen thought he saw a window of opportunity, but that was rapidly closed by the 465 from Poland. And then going into turns 1 and 2, it was this moment here that started to cause the chaos, and it might have been when the rain started, because Carl Gustav Borgaard was backwards, Martin Henkel Mortensen was off the track and ended up going rally crossing on the exit of turn number 2 through no fault of his own. More drivers would go off the circuit, including the 423 of the Czech Republic's Jakub Bezel, and that was when it was the start of the deterioration of the conditions. Patrick Snell's Loch Mellis would make his way past race leader Martin van Leeuwen going through into turn 7. But the conditions would catch out Loch Mellis, and Enzo Bolwood had nowhere to go. Loch Mellis was up in the air. Outlacian had got through. Saniala would have to go grass tracking. He got caught out by the conditions as well. And then it all started a chain reaction of events. Going into turn number 2, we would also see this moment here, and this was for the 422. And that was for Peter Bezel, spinning in front of Maxim Sachurko from Lithuania, as Dennis Thum, leading the way in DD2 Masters, would calmly get on with the business at hand. And then, as the conditions worsened, the drivers unable to brake in the conventional manner, and it was like treading on eggshells. There was Axel Saniala going off at the exit on the entrance into turn number 6. But with just over a minute remaining, the red flag was called. A very sensible decision for the sudden deterioration of the weather conditions here at Karting Genk, with Martin van Leeuwen and Dennis Thum being the respective provisional winners in DD2 and DD2 Masters. Well, a very action-packed morning here with 2 second chance heats and 5 pre-finals. That's it from us here for the morning's action for the opening round on finals day of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season here at the Home of Champions. We'll be back just before 2 o'clock this afternoon, but in the interim, here on the lunch break, first of all, I had a wonderful chat with a 12-time qualifier for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, who's come all the way from Canada to coach 2 young, electrically charged hopefuls in the form of the Lemieux family. I spoke with Scott Campbell earlier on, who's also alongside Blake Choker as part of the Max Karting Group, who are organising the Rotax Max Canada Finals in July and August of this year. And then after that, I took a trip around the paddock to catch up and doorstep some drivers. So we're back in the Rotax E20 tent, and I've got a very, very well decorated grand finalist alongside me, who's come all the way from Saskatchewan in Canada. Scott Campbell, good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, you're not driving this weekend, but you've tested one of these karts at Wackersdorf a few weeks ago. What were your first take-homes with regards to it?
The track and the karts are good. I think it's very comparable to like a DD2 just because it is on a DD2 chassis, but just a little bit heavy. But power-wise, it's just the noise is different, right? Because it's so quiet. It's just strange driving it, but it's good though. Yeah, it's good.
Especially when you go over the curbing, you can hear the Mojo D5, so like just rumble it, chirp away.
Yeah.
But you're here with a couple of drivers that have come over.
Yes.
You know, you've got your own racing organisation, SCR. You and Blake are running the Max Karting Group with the Canada Finals starting in July, and then heading over to Chilliwack in BC in late August. But for the kids to come over and have an experience, what's it been like for the Lemieux that they've experienced themselves?
I think it's been really good. Frederique did the E20 in Portugal last year too, so she got a little bit of taste there, but now it's new for Antoine, and they're still dealing with the front brakes and stuff and getting the braking power because they're smaller kids and it's a little bit more tough, but they're really enjoying it. I think Fred's going to try to see if she can get that ticket for the Worlds this year in this, and we're still going to try to do some stuff back at home with Antoine and Minnie and Junior Max, but yeah, they're having a great time. It's just a little way to adapt. It's just different, right, compared to the smaller karts. So yeah, it's been good though.
We've been talking about time zones as well, you and I. And how's the jet lag?
I'm getting better. It's 8-hour difference from home, so it's. I think today is going to be the first day that's going to be good. So.
I think, if I remember correctly, there are people that I know of within the Rotax family. You're not just the only one that has been a photographer, a mechanic, and also a competitor, because there's somebody else, Mikko Nassi from Finland, he's done it as a photographer or a journalist, or so he's been part of the media. He's raced in it as a competitor, and he's also been a mechanic. I mean, that's a really interesting statistic when you think about it, isn't it?
It's good to get all sides. You know, just being the racer is one thing, and to have the experience, even as the organizer now too, on my side, there's so many levels to everything, and you learn so much as you grow, and it's amazing experience to have for just doing all this in general. I like even coming here. Yeah. It's a good experience. This is first time at Genk, and it was the first time at Wackersdorf a couple weeks ago, so it was really good.
And how are things going with Scott Campbell racing back over in Canada?
Definitely, we're growing. It's been a steady growth since 2017 when I started it. We're running at a good 15 drivers at big races now, so it's good. I have lots of young kids. It's really good. So Antoine last year was the first driver out of my team to qualify for the Grand Finals, so I got that off the board, so yes. Now we're good to go. And my son Lennox is 9, and we're going to make the run for the Micromax this year and his last year. So yeah, so it should be good, I think, and good group of people in my tent. It's good morale. It's really fun.
I think it was really nice to see you and also your dad Jim with that wonderful tash that he always has, big smile on his face. But then I met Aaron and James Bedard as well. I mean, and for James it was his first experience outside of Canada, and I remember being at the same hotel as Aaron, and we were talking over some drinks, and he just said, I couldn't be even more proud of them. I mean, it's great to see these younger talents, you know, of course, from Canada. There's a lot of names that have come from there, like, say, Gilles and Jacques Villeneuve, who have broken the mould, you know. But then to see the younger generation come through, the future's definitely bright in terms of Canadian karting, isn't it?
It definitely is. I think there's a lot of young kids that are gaining the experience, and like some are coming over to Europe and getting that too. And for me, it's just to give the experience to the younger people that what I've grown and done, and I want to give that experience so they can maybe have the same opportunity that I did too. So it's going to be good.
Brilliant, Scott. Thanks a lot for your time, mate. And hope Antoine and Frederic have a good time this weekend.
Yeah, it's looking very favorable for Antoine. I think we got the field covered by close to half a second right now, so it's good. So yeah, well, we'll see. But doesn't say anything till the end of the race on Sunday, so we'll see.
Exactly, when the checkered flag falls. Thanks, exactly. Thanks very much, Scott.
Thank you.
Well, welcome to the inner sanctum here at Karting Genk. Time for the very first paddock walk here on the Euro Trophy. 201 drivers, 30 different nationalities. A little bit of a spot in the rain in the air. We've had a little bit of sunshine today, so we've got drivers doing the run-up in non-qualifying practice before qualifying this afternoon. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try and speak to some drivers, and I spot one over there. Mind you back there, Victor, because we have got people coming through. Right. Some familiar faces, the Outlationers. Hello. I know what you just sparked up and you got behind your back, but yes. Good to see you guys back here.
Thank you.
Back with Wyrzykowski Motorsport.
Yeah, nice to see you as well.
Right, David, I need to speak to you more than anything. What was the decision to go for DD2? Because we've seen you in previous years in the Euro Trophy as a senior driver.
Just decided to give it a go, really. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah. It's going all right so far.
Really, we got the sponsorship for DD2.
Yeah.
And we got there for Rotax Euro Trophy. We got for Rotax Poland Challenge. And yes. Central European one is a CE Rotax karting as well.
So, in other words, you guys have got a very, very busy calendar this year.
Yeah, we just racing the last week. David been in Austria with him. And it's going well, really. This weekend here. We're going in the first weekend in the May to Poland.
Yep.
For Rotax Challenge Poland, and really busy every 2 weeks now is a race.
Because you guys are travelling quite a lot, obviously based now these days in Wales, in Bargoed. I mean, yeah. To still come over and have so literally you guys went to see in Austria, came straight here to Genk.
No? No, I've been in home. I watched David how is the racing. As a David is over 60 now, he can fly himself. He's help me full now. Yeah, it's a lot easy now, you know, and yeah, we're happy we can go DD2 really.
David, just really one thing from you. A pretty big competitive field. You know, you got some hard chargers in there. We've got the 2018 Rotax Euro Trophy champion Martin Henkel-Mortensen making a return. I mean, how has it been? Don't worry, Enzo Boll, you're next.
I mean, it's been all right. A lot of training, a lot of figuring out, and we seem to be in a good spot right now, and just keeps getting better and better.
Brilliant, guys.
Yes.
Good to see you.
Excellent. Thank you very
Good
much.
luck this weekend. Right, my next victim has already been assigned, and he's over there. We're going to catch him unawares. Well, Enzo Boll, get your backside out here, please. Come on. Just quickly. Right, another DD2 driver. Second in BNL last weekend. Good speed this weekend so far?
Yeah, it's fine. Just some problems, but I think speed is good.
Brilliant. Okay, good luck out there. I had to collar him. Oh, mind you back there. So, as you can see, carts are going through into the pre-grid, but they have to have the front fairings off. It's a mandatory requirement. We've got quite a lot of the old and new faces as well. You should... Right, we need to walk away because they're warming up. Right, Kenzo Craigie, get your backside over here. Now, this young man, firstly, congratulations on being signed to the Mercedes Junior program.
Thank you.
So, we know you've raced around here before. I think it was Golden Trophy a couple of years back. Put it on pole. But now you're in juniors. What's been the biggest change from your perspective, mate?
Just like the changing carts, like how you drive them compared to like a Mini Max, because it's a lot different. Like you have to hold the brake a lot more and be a lot smoother. So it's just that transition, but we're looking fast. So yeah.
And when you got the call from Mercedes saying we want you on the junior program, you must have been grinning from ear to ear.
Yeah, really happy. It's like really, really cool.
Brilliant, Kenzo. All the very best of luck this weekend. Go get him. Kenzo Craigie, 2:44 in junior Rotax. You know, great to see that Mercedes are helping younger talents. They've helped the likes of Kimi Antonelli, amongst others. I mean, there's a lot of driver academies out at the moment. So here we have the Rotax Racing trailer. Now, for this weekend, part of 2 rounds of the championship, we have Project E20. New for 2023, we've got 3 classes. E20 Junior, E20 Senior, and a new introduction for this year, E20 Senior Masters. Jeffrey, don't put Casper's mark. Don't put Inga under stress. But in here, I don't know if there's anybody in, but we'll check. Well, actually, no one's in, so we're going to sneak in. So, a little bit of a rundown on Project E20. Now, this runs on a DD2 Sodi Sigma chassis. And it also has, as you can see on the back axle, a rear braking system with a caliper, and then you also have front brakes. So it's the same braking system as you find on a DD2 and a DD2 Masters chassis. These karts, this is the 3rd year that Rotax have brought them onto the Euro Trophy. We have a permanent magnetic synchronous motor, producing 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in 3.5 seconds. Torque from the back end, 190 pounds-feet of torque. They can top out at about 135 kilometers an hour. So you have the 2 battery packs. You have the battery control module underneath the steering column, which does have a kill switch and a start-stop button. And then also on the steering wheel, you've got the chronometer, which also has 5 lights at the top of it. They're soon to go out very, very shortly for their final practice session before qualifying. We will hopefully get back here a little bit later on as Ziggy from Rotax walks into shot. Hello, Ziggy. One of the guys here, the team led by the likes of Daryl Smith, Steve Chapman. So tickets are available. We're running this round and PFI between the 8th and the 10th of September. Senior and Senior Masters get a ticket to the Grand Finals, and the Junior winner gets €5,000 voucher courtesy of Rotax in Austria. And thank goodness the sun has decided to beat down on here, so what we'll do is we'll walk on out. Now, I've got to try and find some other drivers. I don't know if there's much activity, but we'll keep on walking. Let's see if we can... we have to give a special mention to Ashley Todd, who a year ago passed away quite tragically at the age of 43. It's been exactly a year, just a couple of days ago. Now, Mr. Van der Sluis is in.
Hello, I'm busy.
I know. Good to see you. Actually, you know what? Should we let's see if we can grab a word with Steve Chapman, fellow Brit, but Martin, father of Tommy Van der Sluis, number 354, running in seniors. Tommy took the vice championship title in juniors last year and also won the BNL karting series, starting 10th coming into the final race weekend and won it. Moving power, always starting engines. Right, let's see. We'll just keep quiet for a minute and wait for Steve. So this weekend, as I said, we've got 3 classes. We've got 4 competitors in each. We've even got RMC Germany organiser and distributor for Rotax in Germany and Austria, Andreas Mattis, is racing this weekend. He had his arm twisted. And I know for a fact he is not going to be slow. He's competed anyway. I've commentated on him when he's been in races for the GKC 100. But Steve, would you be all right to have a quick word? Right, firstly, good to see you again. Back for another season with E20. What was the decision to go with the senior masters class? Because we had Jose, we had the Chileans coming along. We've got a few of the drivers over 50. I think Hector is the oldest driver on the grid, 67 years young. A great way for Rotax to extend it further than juniors and seniors like we had last year.
Yeah. The whole idea is that we want everybody to have the chance to experience our electric powertrains. Obviously we haven't had Masters yet. We've had people competing in the senior field, but as Masters age, and I think it's nice that they have the opportunity to race against other Masters for their own trophy. And as I say, it gives another age group the chance to genuinely enjoy the electric powertrain. Obviously we have the E10 coming also, which will cover the micro and the mini age drivers, and the idea is that at the moment the people, no matter the age, that they have the chance to experience what we have to offer in the future for electric.
I think also E10 made its debut, not just physically, but actually on the track as well, where there were a few of the drivers that had competed in Portimao to get the opportunity, and they were all buzzing about the fact that the boost button's really, really good. I love the additional speed, but you guys have been going through a punishing test schedule with regards to E10 to get that ready, I would imagine, for next year. How's that been going?
Yeah, it's been going really good. It's important that when we launch something, it's correct and it's proper. And this is what we do now. We do our homework, we test. It's the same as what we do here with the E20. We let the customers experience it, we let the drivers experience it. And we see let's say, what they like with the product and maybe what they don't like that we can bring into the serial product that we launch for sale. We don't sell any of these products yet. This is all development for the future. And this is the ideal place to do this. It's still in our hands, it's in our control. And we provide the customers with everything that they need to enjoy this experience and to get the most from it. But it's good learning for us, and it's really good that we do it this way, because then when we start to sell the product, it's the right product, which is important.
And I know you've been wanting to get my backside back in one of these E20s very soon, I'm sure. That'll probably happen at Bahrain at the Grand Finals later on this year, but have a good one this weekend, mate. And there is Hector Ramirez from Chile, who is the oldest driver on the grid, 67 years of age. They've just come back in. So we might be able to speak to a good friend from Canada very, very shortly. One of the most decorated Rotax Max Challenge Grand finalists in all-time history. Two of which I'm going to mention now. There's Captain America, Derek Wang. There's also Christoph Adams, who is the most successful qualified driver for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, 15 times in all, won twice, once as a DD2 Masters driver and as a Max Masters driver. Max Masters still happens in certain parts of the world, including South America, more predominantly. So we're going to see who else can we grab. Right. Hello, Mr. Spiezia, good to see you. Right, you're mechanicking this weekend for Kaz, who's running in Masters. Bit different working on the spanners this time, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, I think honestly pushing the cart back and forth is a lot more work than actually driving it. So good change of scenery, good little challenge for me, first week mechanicking, but got all the knowledge of the cart from the past few years racing it, so super excited.
So every bolt and nut is tightened to torque settings, I am right?
Everything over twice, trust me. I think it's more stressful watching, you know, your baby go out on track and, you know, you're thinking, you know, I want everything to be tight. I want everything to work the way that he wants it. So it's definitely a good challenge, and it's a lot of fun so far.
And Kaz, obviously, I know that you're a journalist in the Netherlands. Your first impressions of this, because I drove this last year, blown away. What are your first thoughts?
Blown away, definitely. The acceleration is mind-boggling, yeah, and the weight you can really feel when you hit the brakes hard. Yeah. Takes a lot of getting used to for me, but it's super exciting. If this is the future, I'm ready.
Well, you've got the right mechanic and driver coach to help you, because he's been an absolute whirlwind on this thing for the last 2 years. So all the very best of luck for this weekend. Right, we've got no, I am avoiding you, Mats Johan Overhoff. No, we're not having any of your language. Remember the O plates at Wilton Mill. So let's see. Well, I can't see our good friend Mr. Scott Campbell, who's made it all the way from Saskatchewan in the depths of Canada. Yeah, I think I'm just trying to see if I can pick anybody else out. You know, this is probably going to be a two-part paddock show, one for Saturday, one for Sunday. So let's see. Right, okay, Argenti Motorsport, I definitely need to make a beeline to. Right, so we've got Maxence Bouvier, 76 senior Rotax drivers this weekend. Ridiculous. And they've got 10 heats in total. So they're going to be up against the wire. So. Oh. Quickly, Mr. van der Stroys. Okay, good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
All right, Tom. Yeah, he's taller than me. I've got the Richard Hammond complex right about now. Anyone might remember that from the Grand Tour or Fifth Gear. You know, Top Gear, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. So, Matthew Higgins, Trafalgar's finest, son of multi-time British karting champion and 10-time American rally champion David Higgins. So seniors having to get into their final non-qualifying practice session, but we're going to head into the guys at Argenti. We've already spoken to Kenzo. Right, Joshua Graham, you get your backside over here instead for mentioning that. Come on. Come on. No, I'm leaving Danny well alone. He's got enough to contend with. But still remember when you were in a Honda Cadet and now you're over here. This is your second Rotax weekend in a row. How are you finding it here at the track, Josh?
It's really challenging, but so far it's going really well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And a bit different from running in OK, which you did, what was it, last year or something like that, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, in the World Finals at Sano.
Bit of a different, you know, transferring from OK to Rotax. What's the biggest sort of like take-homes you've had over the past few days since you've been over here at Genk?
It's mainly the tyres, because the Vegas, they're so much grippier than the Mojo tyres, but the track here is really fast.
Good luck this weekend. Josh Graham, one of the driver number 298. So you can see that there's a loss of activity. We might have to at some point maybe try and, you know, that's always the nice thing when you can pull a driver in when he suggests, oh, speak to him. No, you're the one that's getting called forward. So Dan Holland Racing, one of the powerhouses in European karting, quite a few drivers in there. So let's see. Let's wander over to KR Sport because there was one Canadian. Hello, Lewis. Mr. Rielitz, good luck this weekend. So, Lewis Gilbert and Kai Rielitz, both in senior Rotax. This is how long I've been in this paddock. 329 for Lewis, 374 is the race number for Kai. So we've got Dams Racing. Mike Van Voogd is their data man this weekend. Former two-time junior Rotax champion in the inaugural years. There's Jan Dams himself. Never wants to talk to people on a camera. So as you can see, the paddock's quite full here. So let's see. I'm hoping. Right, so. The legend that is Mr. Bas Lammers. All good, all good. Elia, good luck out there. Elia Papacena, who's being coached by Bas Lammers. If you don't know who Bas Lammers is, you don't know karting. So, let's see. So seniors are going out at the moment. A lot of preparation here at the minute. So juniors are in. Let's see. Don't worry, Jordan, I'm not coming for you. Ah, right, okay.
Somebody else. I'm about to go on break.
No worries, JC, we'll let you get off. JC's one of the main guys here. Ah, you know what? Seeming as he's only just come in. One of Austrian's finest, Daniel Hausworth. New edition. Sorry to jump it, doorstep you like that, but I thought I'd have a quick chat with you. How's it been jumping into the purple and purple colours? You know, used to run with KRT. We talked about that a little bit earlier on, but
yeah.
how's it been being with this motley crew with Ash and Jordan and the boys?
Yeah, they are pretty professional.
Yeah.
And they are really nice people. So, and I think it's one of the best teams I've ever been to, and I'm really happy to be here and to have that option.
Yeah.
Thanks to my mechanic, my dad, and the team as well. So yeah.
So what's the plan for this season? Full campaign for the Euro Trophy this year, is it?
Yeah. So we've quitted the CEE and now Euro Trophy. So full send to the Euro Trophy.
Brilliant. Viel Glück, no?
Thank you.
So, one of the many Austrians. We have 30 different nationalities. We have the Middle East represented. There's Mateo Dankovic from Buvin Power, driver number 296. Just walking that way, away from the camera, is Ash Orchard, the man that sort of runs things. Ah, right, Mr. Vajny. Gonna have to get. How are you? So back again with KR. How's it all going?
Well, it's looking very good. I'm very happy to be here. For now, it's a sunny day, but we don't know what's coming.
It's always the problem with Genk, isn't it? There's always that microclimate where you never know. You think it's going to be sunny, and then all of a sudden the rain comes down, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what happens here.
So what's the plans for you this year? I mean, obviously, Euro Trophy I know would be a focus. You're based out of Bristol these days, but still representing the white and red of Poland. What other plans have you got for this year?
Mostly, like you said, Euro Trophy, maybe a bit of Polish rounds, but not quite sure.
Brilliant, Colin. All the very best of luck. Thank you very much, mate. Right, we will. So Lucas Pernod has gone back to the hotel, not feeling 100. He's feeling a bit under the weather, so I'm not going to collar Sean because I've already spoken to him too much. Mr. Butcher, current reigning and defending senior road tax champion, very close between him and Kaya Gillets last year. We've also got some of the RM Concept run by Mogarish, who came back last year, well no, 2 years ago, won the Golden Trophy here at Karting Genk and went on to win the Grand Finals in Bahrain in Masters. So quite a few other drivers coming through. But we also have members of the media, Michael Mellis from Kart Photo, one of the resident photographers. It's with us, Jan Schwitter over there with the Swiss jacket on ran with us back in a couple of years ago. Montego Marson there, who's running with Killian Kraft and his team. Killian is, I think, the youngest team boss or team owner. But you know what? That's it for the Paddock Show. Thanks for joining us and enjoy the rest of the racing. So, welcome back after the lunch break. Hope you all enjoyed the interview with 12-time Grand Finals qualifier and head of Scott Campbell Racing, and also part of the Max Karting Group in Canada, Scott Campbell, and also the walk around the paddock earlier on this week, where I caught up with some of the drivers that have been racing here this weekend. We're now into the business end of finals day for the opening round of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season. And we now have E20 Junior, E20 Senior and E20 Masters set on the grid, ready to go racing for their last race of the weekend. So 5 races to conclude a busy 39 race schedule over the course of the weekend. A little bit of chatter going on with series organizer Mike Wagner and Andreas Mattis, who look to be a little bit late to the grid. So we are just waiting to get the green flag waving at the start-finish line to start our first of 5 finals here, to see who will be leading after the opening round, as we will head to Val d'Argenton in just 41 days' time. So the formation lap and the green flag is shown. Here we go. Here's your starting grid for the E20 Junior, Senior and Masters Final here at Karting Genk. So Deesdams will lead the field from pole position. Mats-Johan Overhoff getting second in the pre-final will be alongside him. Then it's Tomasz Ibsen and Emma Svensson representing Poland and Sweden. The grid due to be Andreas Mattis and Gaz Poldermans. Shout out to Ryan Michalak on YouTube saying, great to see my longtime friend Gaz Poldermans in E20, who is a big fan, by the way, folks. Well, he actually explained to me earlier on, he's wearing a tribute helmet to Damon Hill, who in his own right was 1996 Formula One world champion. So we also have Rainer Born and Hector Ramirez, the eldest driver on the grid, 67 years of age, based out of Santiago in Chile. Antoine Lemieux will lead the E20 Junior field from pole position in the 604 representing Canada. Alongside Antoine on the front row will be Christopher Holst representing Switzerland in the 602, and rounding out the 12-strong grid will be France's Arthur Lorimier and Canada's Frédéric Lemieux. So the race will be 9 minutes plus an additional lap, as we are just waiting for our last competitor to make their way around. That is Mr. Andreas Mattis. And he will actually line up at the back of the Senior Masters field. 9 minutes on the timer. Red lights on the gantry, and we are off and away for the E20 final. Good start by the pole sitter. Kaz Polderman's going around the outside of Tomáš Ibsen. Oh no, sorry, there was Emma Svensson. My apologies there. She got through to get through for second, for third, and Mats-Johan Overhoff has gotten through to take the race lead. Of course, now every single driver is on the W5 wet weather tyres. So Mats-Johan Overhoff taking the initial race lead. Andreas Mattis making his way through into turn 3 is now, problems there for Christopher Holst on the start phase. And that means that Arthur Lorimier has managed to get the jump on the Swiss driver. And, Holst has just spun it coming into turn number 2. Now, Mats-Johan Overhoff, I'm sure that his fan club are watching on YouTube if they're not actually here. There was a bit of a big showing of Super Mats t-shirts as now Emma Svensson looking towards the inside of Tomáš Ibsen going through into turn number 10 as Thijs Dams gets through on the inside of Mats-Johan Overhoff, but was sideways, lost traction, and Mats-Johan Overhoff keeps the lead at this moment. So out of the final corner, it's Mats-Johan Overhoff that leads the way after just the opening lap. Second, it's Thijs Dams. Third is Tomáš Ibsen. Then it's Emma Svensson. Rainer Born, in the meantime, is leading the way in the senior masters class. Hector Ramirez is behind Dutch journalist Kaz Poldermans, as a different line taken by Mats-Johan Overhoff. A little bit of a touch from behind as he tries to go around the outside, and he's sideways, and he holds it. Oh, dearie me, but Thijs Dams, a little bit of a touch from front to rear bumper. They're going to be using the curbs, are some of the drivers, to just try and help the kart rotate. It is slow in, fast out, but Mats-Johan Overhoff was lighting up the rear tyres like a good one, coming out of turn number 6 and onto the Europalaan. And now Tomáš Ibsen trying to go alongside Mats-Johan Overhoff on the run down to turn number 10, but can't get through for second position. Emma Svensson takes a different line, as now Tomáš Ibsen looking towards the outside, coming out of turn number 11 on Mats-Johan Overhoff. Thijs Dams leads the way, going through into turn 12. Lap 2 in the books, and it is Thijs Dams that now leads the way. Tomáš Ibsen sets the fastest lap of the race of a 1 minute 12.071. Rainer Born leading the way in the senior masters classification ahead of Kaz Poldermans, Hector Ramirez and Andreas Mattis. Quite a bit away, but there is the battle for E20 Junior, as everything is closed up between the top 4. The conditions are very, very tricky out there, so traction will be at a premium. Mats-Johan Overhoff drops to 3rd place, as Tomáš Ibsen looking to try and get past Thijs Dams for the race lead. They make their way out of turn number 8 and into turn 9. Thijs Dams goes a bit sideways. That opens the door for Tomáš Ibsen, who instantly capitalises and now takes the lead with 5 minutes and 40 on the timer still to go. And at the minute, E20 Senior Masters, I think, has a new race leader, because it's Kaz Poldermans from the Netherlands. And he leads. He's overtaken Rainer Born. Rainer Born, previous time, had a difficult lap, was nearly 2/10 of a second, 2 seconds slower than Poldermans. So a different skill set with driving these karts, as there is the battle for the lead in E20 Junior, as Christopher Holst gets past Antoine Lemieux for the race lead. And now they're both going to be using the button on the steering wheel, the boost button, 5-second maximum deployment. And there goes Antoine Lemieux up the inside through turn 2 on the Swiss driver, who also sports the German national flag on his race suit, as Holst was looking towards the outside coming out of turn number 3. Lemieux holding station in the race lead. Arthur Lorimier is catching them up, though. A little bit wide coming through into turn number 6, but to allow the better delivery of power through applying the throttle. Holst gets a better run coming out of turn 6. But now it's all changed. Tomáš Ibsen has lost the lead. It's now back in the hands of Thijs Dams. Emma Svensson now up into P3. Tomáš Ibsen looking to get past the 741. into turns 1 and 2. It was just over 2.5 tenths of a second between first and second place. (3:50) on the timer, plus an additional lap. It was a little bit wide from Thijs Dams as he tried to scrabble for traction coming out of turn 6 and onto the Ullepalan. Better traction purchase for both Mats-Johan Overhoff and Tomas Ibsen. A little bit of a run wide there on turn 8 for Mats-Johan Overhoff, but he keeps ahead of Tomas Ibsen for the minute. And all 4 senior E20 drivers were covered by the closest they've been all weekend long, nearly 9 tenths of a second. So just over 3 minutes remaining, and Thijs Dams still leads the way, but right behind him, 3.5 tenths of a second cover the top 3. Ibsen looking for the move up the inside for P2. Overhoff swinging it wide through turn 2 to keep with Thijs Dams. He was within the window of opportunity in these slippery conditions. But now Ibsen looking for a move up the inside through turn 5. Overhoff shuts the door. And Ibsen gets the run coming out. And again, the same thing happens. That's twice this race that's happened to Mats-Johan Overhoff. Ibsen getting up the inside and Overhoff just lighting up the rear tyres, ending up sideways. And now he's got Emma Svensson for company. And Ibsen just had to hold on to the brakes there coming through turn number 9. But look behind. It looks like that Andreas Mattis has now been able to start from the back of the Senior Masters grid, and he is closing in on Emma Svensson. Around the final corner. Look how close the top 5 are, as Mattis will try to look for the inside on Svensson coming through the final turn. Can't get through for 4th overall, but stays in the lead of Masters. And there's the move for the race lead. Andreas Mattis around the outside of Emma Svensson through into turn 2, and she holds on to 4th. So Tomas Ibsen leads the way, and he's got a comfortable gap now with 1.5 minutes remaining. Andreas Mattis makes his way through past Emma Svensson. Now he's going to try and line up an overtake on Mats-Johan Overhoff, and he decides not to go for it. And then through into turn 7. Ibsen has probably the best part of a... Oh, now Andreas Mattis through on Mats-Johan Overhoff. Now he's going with an unconventional racing line. He's a very experienced racer in his own right, and now he slingshots past Thijs Dams around the outside at turn number 10, as we've got 60 seconds to go. And now he's going for the overall race lead. Andreas Mattis possibly looking to put a number on Tomas Ibsen going through the exit of turn number 12. 2 more laps remain. 2.5 tenths separate Ibsen and Mattis for the overall race victory. And Mattis is actually the youngest. Now he's going around the outside of turn number 4, and he's off the track. Andreas Mattis cuts the grass, brings up a lot of spray, but kept the throttle planted in. Very well held there, Andreas. And now that's allowed Thijs Dams and Mats-Johan Overhoff to close on in. But that has given Tomas Ibsen from Poland the advantage that the 756 has wanted. But Mattis is closing in. He's now going to look to the inside through turn 10. Ibsen shuts the door. Timer has expired. 1 more lap remains after this. Andreas Mattis sweeps to the outside through turn 12. Ibsen says, no, you don't. And now the undercut happens. Andreas Mattis takes the overall race lead with 1 lap remaining. And Ibsen, when you look at it this way, is 29 years. Andreas Mattis is junior. And Mattis now strides away into the distance by a comfortable margin. Ibsen at the moment is pulling away from the rest of the field as Kaz Pardeman's round the outside of Emma Svensson. And Andreas Matis, I've been very reliably informed, is the only driver that chanced it on slick tyres. Matis makes his way through into turn number 10 for the final time. That gap is at least 2 seconds. So how's about this one for a different story in the history of Project E20? A senior Masters driver by the name of Andreas Matis from Germany wins overall and wins Senior Masters, and Tomasz Ibsen wins and is jubilant in seniors. The disappointment clear to see for Thijs Dams and Mats-Johan Overhoff. Emma Svensson edges out Kaz Poldemans. Poldemans will hit the runner-up step of the podium ahead of Heiner Born, and the run to the line in juniors, it did not go to Canada, it went to Switzerland. Christopher Holst is your E20 Junior Final winner. But Andreas Matis, the only driver deciding to go onto slicks, and look at his win, 4.4 seconds. Struggled early, but the tyres came up to temp, and he's done it. And there we go. The celebrations will begin. Hopefully I'll share a drink with him a little bit later on. Tomasz Ibsen takes second and wins in seniors. Thijs Dams, third on the road, will hit the runner-up step of the podium, and it is a podium for Mats-Johan Overhoff in seniors. Emma Svensson will round out the top 4 in seniors, ahead of Kaz Poldemans, who will hit the runner-up step, his first time in a competitive situation like this, and the Dutchman hits the podium. Hector Ramirez will round out the top 3 representing Chile, with Rainer Born finishing in 8th and rounding out the Senior Masters grid, with Christopher Holst, Antoine Lemieux, Arthur Lorimier and Frédéric Lemieux rounding out the grid. Well, it was coming down to that point that the first of 5 finals would get things underway to conclude the 2023 season opener for the Euro Trophy. Kaz Poldemans being guided and spannered by the electric renegade Ellis Spiezia. It was a good start from the front as Thijs Dams tried to close off the door for Mats-Johan Overhoff very, very early indeed. But a switchback move from the German, the 755, managed to get through, heading into turn number 3, with Emma Svensson making a very good start, the Swede making it up to 3rd place overall. As the lights went out, a problem for Christopher Holst meant the Swiss driver would have to start a little bit further back, as Antoine Lemieux sprinted off into the race lead with Arthur Lorimier just behind. Holst would then have a further spin, but that would not be the end of the story for the Swiss driver. Max Endicott looking on, wearing a different crash helmet for the one that we've seen earlier on this week. Tomasz Ibsen would then be able to take advantage of a rare mistake from Thijs Dams to get up the inside through turn number 9 to take the overall race lead. Kaz Poldemans at that point was leading in E20 Senior Masters. Antoine Lemieux and Christopher Holst were battling for the race lead and ultimately the victory in the final for E20 Juniors. Christopher Holst would make his way through past the Canadian, but then straight away, Lemieux, using the boost and the slipstream, managed to get on through. And there was the moment, that was why Tomasz Ibsen lost the lead, went sideways and off onto the grass, kicking up the dirt, and that allowed Dams, Overhoff and Svensson to get on through. But as that all transpired, Ibsen then took the race lead back off of Thijs Dams, and there was Andreas Matis on slicks, getting faster as the race progressed, as he closed in on the quartet in front. And there was the moment that Andreas Matis had a bit of a scare in his own right. Grass cutting, rally crossing, fully electrically charged, a bit like Nitro RX at the moment over in the United States. But then this was the moment where Andreas Matis went, right, you might be 29 years my junior, but I'm going to get you. And he did, coming through turn number 12. And Andreas Matis did the Jensen Button trick. Only went on slicks, the only driver to do so. And as he walked away into the distance with a comfortable stroll, everyone else was battling away. Emma Svensson trying to have Kaz Poldemans round the outside, but Andreas Matis took the overall win And it was a win for Tomasz Ibsen from Poland in E20 seniors. And the juniors, the top honours would go to Switzerland's Christopher Holst. Right, I've managed to collar a very, very special guest who's in the commentary box with me right now, our inaugural 2018 DD2 Euro Trophy champion, and I'm so glad to see him back in the paddock. Welcome to the commentary box, Martin Henkel Mortensen. Buddy, it's been quite an adventure for you coming back to this paddock again after a lengthy absence after you won the title back in 2018.
Yeah, definitely. Cheers, and thank you for having me here, Alex. It's been a pleasure as always. Yeah, as you said, it's been a while now. So we thought for ourselves that what would be better than joining this amazing event for the start of the season 2023.
Now, you've been running in Danish Super GT. We had a chat earlier on this weekend that you're waiting for your car to be ready for the 2023 season. But this is the perfect way to have a tune-up, isn't it, for any driver?
It definitely is, and I can only recommend it. I think it's like if you have a sort of you must challenge yourself before a season every time. So when you have something and you wanted it, I think this is a good place to be.
Yeah. Now, you won the 2018 title, and you literally were nigh on untouchable. But going back to your roots, because we've now got 31 Minimax drivers about to go into their final. Was this a class that you actually competed or something similar in your early days in karting?
Yeah, I remember when I started, me and my dad, we bought a small kart like that. And at that time it was called the Mini 60.
Yes, so which still runs to this day, yes.
It does, yeah. So when I look at these younger kids, I remember a good time. So yeah, been there, but it's been a while now.
Yeah, but of course you've been running, being from Denmark, to be from a land where we see quite a lot of talent, 9-time Le Mans winner, Mr. Le Mans himself, Tom Christensen. You've got the Magnussen father and son combination, Jan and Kevin. We've even got the likes of Marco Sorensen, Nicky Thiem, of course, the wild Danish Viking. Whenever the WEC has a load of Danish drivers in and it's in one particular car, it's always known as the Dane train. But today's been quite an interesting one. I think you pulled off one of the best overtakes this weekend with that move that you did round the outside of turn 11 on Enzo Boll. Like literally, like Willis went through, you went, right, I'm having him. You went right round the outside and it nearly put me out of my chair.
Yeah, I think under these circumstances and conditions, you need to sometimes think different. And that overtake just worked perfectly.
So let's look at it from this perspective. We're just coming up to just under 3 minutes away. The mechanics have been cleared from the grid. The drivers now, what are their main focuses now? I mean, apart from nailing the start, because we've got 31 young, hungry drivers out there, all gunning for the victory.
Definitely. I can imagine how it must be, but I think most of them, like particularly the front, are pretty clever drivers. So they are not so far from us, but the age has maybe a difference. So I can imagine they all just want to win.
I think also the quality of some of the racing that we've seen from the younger classes actually puts the older ones a little bit to shame.
Definitely.
Like say with the formation, they're coming out of turn 9 and they're nigh on in formation. We're having like this long, drawn out wait. But I think that's quite good because they all want to nail the start, don't they? And that's crucial, especially at this stage, because whoever wins this is going to have a bit of bragging rights going into the next round in Marienborg in just over 80 days' time.
Yeah, I think if they continue as now, it's just a pleasure to watch. Also, me included, I'm not driving the whole season here, just this one race, but just the feeling coming back and watch this incredible race is amazing. And look at these younger kids here. They have this sort of, you know, they all just want it. You can see it, like they all sitting there with painted helmets and, you know, suited up, ready, fit to go. So, yeah, I think they're doing an incredible job, those younger kids.
Yeah, and now we are seeing the change because obviously Andreas Martis went out, slick tyres, won E20 overall and wins E20 Senior Masters. Obviously known within the Rotax family as the guy that runs the RMC Germany and also the Cup Series. But now that we're at that point where slicks, I mean, it's still going to be quite tricky anyway, isn't it, at this point?
Yeah, I think it will be like this the rest of the day because it depends on how there is something in the wind, but yeah, it can go either wet or semi-dry, I would say.
So we are literally just a couple of seconds away from getting underway with our second final. Pleased to have you alongside me for this race, Martin.
Yeah,
I'm going to try and get a guest for every single round of this season to join me in the commentary box. So good to see a lot of chat coming in. John Dautianis saying great race by Kaz Poldemans, but here we go. It's our next final.
Oh, and we have two on the grid that will not start.
Oh dear. One stopped. Right then, let's take you through the starting grid. That is going to be, that is Christian Segerson that is trying to get off the line, and also Oliver Warner. But here's your starting grid for the Minimax final here at Karting Genk. As we've got another spinner coming out of turn number 2. It's Jacob Ashcroft on pole position, Albert Friend alongside on the front row, Rory Armstrong, Cole Denham, Felipe Reyes, Jakub Kubera, Nikita Lubimov, Lucas Dorder, Kai Clark, Max Endicott rounding out the top 10. Adrian Stions, Maxim Bobrishov, Denny Babacek, Angelina Simons Torres, Alexander Van Meeuwen, Bran van der Weyken, Vic van Kampenhout, Ryan Rivers, Isaac Barker, Christian Segerson will start 20th. And completing the 31-strong grid will be Patrikas Jokius. Well, we'll only have 30 starters as Ryan Gandor will not be taking the start. It'll be Jokius from Lithuania, Jeff Verbeek, Vitek Kubera, Sigurd Stubrup Fredriksson, Andreas Jallerup, Charles Kitely, Len Abbas, Unto Olavi Lakonen, Kieran Stewart and Oliver Warner. So I mean, let's go back to 2018 as they're going to go onto their formation.
Yeah.
What were your key thought processes before the start?
Well, I think first of all, we need to look at the pace, and obviously after the first round, we managed to put in a very strong pace also. So after like pre-final and final, we had a good, you know, feeling for the second round. I can actually not remember. Was it in Austria? I cannot remember.
I think it was in Austria. Yeah.
So, but yeah, managed to like be prepared, and of course this situation will also escalate after. Like we won. I remember we won the pre-final and the final, so we managed to put in a good pace. Yeah.
Final question before we let them go racing.
Yeah.
Do you believe in luck? Because Alan McNish clearly does not.
No, I can imagine. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But I think in motor racing, or generally, you just need luck. It will arrive sometimes.
Yes, indeed. The great Alan McNish always felt that preparation rather than luck was key to success, and that took him to 3 Le Mans victories and also a World Endurance title. Now on the front row, it is an all-British affair. It's a top 4 British lockout. Ashcroft, Friend, Armstrong and Denholm, and then a further 26 drivers behind. Red lights are on the gantry. 11 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. They now make their way out of the final corner. They split. Into the tramlines they go. Are we ready? Are we steady? The Mini-Max final is underway, and a good start from the pole sitter. Albert Friend has dropped all the way out towards the bottom of the top 10. The outside line not paying dividends for some of the drivers. They all make their way through. Everyone still has made their way through the opening 3 to 4 corners. 2, 3 wide at one point, 4 wide coming out of turn number 4. Incredible bravery from these young drivers, and still going on to the back straightaway, 2, 3 wide. at that moment, Martin, that was a very, very calm and composed opening half of the lap from the drivers.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, like I said before, look at the pace, look at the drivers are like knowing what they are doing. So it's just incredible to watch these young kids race.
So Jacob Ashcroft has already started sprinting away from the rest of the opposition. Albert Friend has got to mount a counter-offensive to make his way back up the order. He's outside of the top 10. So Ashcroft will lead the field coming out of the opening, after the opening lap. There is Kai Clark ahead of Felipe Reyes. That is the battle for fourth position. Ashcroft leads, and that lead is nearly 3/4 of a second after the opening lap. Cole Denham, Rory Armstrong, Kai Clark, Felipe Reyes, Jakob Kubera, Alexander Van Meeuwen, who had trials and tribulations in the pre-final earlier on, up to 7th. Albert Friend down to 8th. Nikita Lubimov, Adrian Steels rounding out the top 10 as now a good move up the inside. That was on Kai Clark by Felipe Reyes. And Jakob Kubera not only getting the slipstream out of turn 6, but also, Martin, down the Europolon, you can also, even in karting, get that side draft assistance.
Definitely, definitely. It was a good maneuver he made there. And he pulled actually a bit of a gap out of it also. So great move from this young guy.
So the train is starting to expand. It's the, forget the Arno Trulli train, it's the Felipe Reyes train. 9 minutes, 5 seconds plus an additional lap. Rory Armstrong now gunning for second position as he closes on to the back bumper of Cole Denham. A little bit further behind, there are some scraps happening. Max Endicott has just got past the 171 of Latvia's Adrian Steons across the line. And he goes up into 10th position, but the Latvian counter-attacks. And then there's also somebody else going through. That is
we had a change to fourth position, I think.
Yeah, I think we have. Well spotted there, Martin. It's not quite yet, because Rory Armstrong is still behind Cole Denham. But still some great battles up and down the order. Oliver Warner, an early casualty as Max Endicott fires it up the inside. That was on the 131. That was on Maxim Bobrishov. And there goes the 197 of Belgium's Lucas Stordeur. 8 minutes and a quarter still to go. Oh, bit of a mount on the curves from the youngster from the Czech Republic, Denny Babacek. Both he and his sister Petra are competing here this weekend. Charles Kitely, however, is looking to get into the top 15. But the battle for second position very clearly on here, Martin, because Rory Armstrong's got some great speed.
Everything can happen right now, and definitely if these two young guys can get it figured out who's going to be in front, they will try to catch the leader, definitely.
But with the pace that Ashcroft has shown all the way through this weekend, with having nearly a 9/10 of a second advantage after 3 racing laps, I do notice that Rory Armstrong's front bumper is a little bit indented, but it may not have been through his own fault. But still,
down the back straight is also a good battle going on now.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a lunge going into turn number 7, and I think that might. I'm just trying to see who that is. That is Felipe Reyes once again. He's just losing positions and getting him straight back. That will probably be for around. That is for 6th position. Is now Albert Friend who's got ahead of steam. He's closing in on that is Kubera, Jakob Kubera, and that's the battle for what is P4 on the road. Felipe Reyes has got Estonia's Nikita Lubimov. Then they've got Kai Clark. There's Adrian Steons, followed by Max Endicott. Some great racing here as Albert Friend looks to go side by side with Jakob Kubera, and he sort of like squeezes the Czech Republic driver. Oh, and a big moment there for Felipe Reyes up into the air. Luckily enough, the car ends up bouncing on all 4 wheels on the right way, and I'm not so surprised that Felipe Reyes, I think his race is done there, Martin. That was a big hit.
What a shame, what a shame. He drove a phenomenal race until now. I mean, maybe a little mistake trying to close in on the outside, but that's racing, yeah.
That does happen, such is life. And in karting, but the battle for second position, there has been a change, I think, because we now have Ashcroft still leading. His advantage is 1.1 seconds after 4 laps. Now in second position, well, it is still Cole Denham. Rory Armstrong trying every play in the book to get past him for second position. And then behind them, Albert Friend stays in 4th. It's going to be a tough one for him to try and reach the podium. But a send up the inside of Cole Denham means Rory Armstrong takes second. That's a great place to overtake, especially with the slipstream.
And they didn't lose too much time on it. So maybe it's a good way to swap to see if maybe Denholm would be the man to catch the leader.
Yeah, exactly. So Cole Denham, if he gets the opportunity, well, it's going to be the fact that Rory Armstrong has shown great pace, caught a puncture, a valve, and then it punctured one of the tyres, and he was 14th and defending everybody, backing everybody up.
Yeah, now we have a guy who's maybe a lap down.
Oh, that's the first time I've seen the blue flags out today or this weekend. Max Endicott, in the meantime, is in 6th position. And he is battling away with Nikita. And that is one driver pulling into the pit lane. That is going to be a Birrell ART chassis. That is probably going to be Unto Olavi Lakonen. Felipe Reyes will be a confirmed retirement. So, fastest lap of the race, Albert Friend. And he's currently 4th. He's 2.1 seconds behind the battle in front for P2. Charles Kitely has made his way all the way up to 12th position, and Kitely started 26th. And that's the thing, you can have a difficult heat stay, but you can come back swinging in the final, can't you?
Yeah, I think if you show like good pace, it will be possible. But I must admit, like top 5 is nearly clear if not much is going on, because Ashcroft is just doing, you know, incredible pace.
Yeah.
And I think those 2 guys behind are just competing for the last 2 steps on the podium.
Who is going to be on those last 2 steps of the podium? Well, after this race, we've got still another 3 races to decide, because Martin will be out for the final race of the weekend after what was a difficult final few minutes before we had the red flag out. But Charles Kitely now battling away with Kai Clark. That is for 11th. So could Charles Kitely, by the end of this race, possibly get a top 10? I think it is doable. But Adrien Tions has just re-overtaken Max Endicott for P6. We've got Denny Babacek now out of the top 15, and the 112 has just been given a time penalty of 5 seconds. That's Nikita Lubimov. 5-second time penalty. I think that might have been the incident involving Felipe Reyes for causing a collision and promptly ending the young Dutchman's race. But still, no matter where you look, Martin, there are still great battles up and down the order.
Definitely.
I mean, like the train here with Adrien Tions, there's Max Endicott, you've got Maxim Bobrishov in that mix. They're just coming through turn 10 as we speak. You've got Lucas Stordeur, Kai Clark, Charles Kitely. But still, this stalemate between Armstrong and Denholm for the runner-up spot in the final continues onward. They were separated by just 72 thousandths at the end of 8 laps of racing. We've got 2 minutes and 45 still to go, plus an additional lap. There's going to be more overtaking going through into turn number 2.
Bit of a
and
push
Max
there.
Endicott runs very, very wide and ends up slotting in behind Charles Kitely. And that would be, effectively, Charles Kitely now up in the top 10, having started 26th. More changes for position. Lucas Stordeur gets passed by Maxim Bobrishov going through into turn number 6. So Max Endicott will have to start fighting back again. All that and that can happen in this kind of racing where it's close pack, it's close quarter. You make a mistake, you can lose not just one position, but you can lose at least 5 or 6, especially as we saw with Max Endicott going through turn 2.
Yeah, and especially when you have a train on maybe, let's say, just 8 carts, or it's not much that would make the difference.
So, just under 2 minutes remaining. Jacob Ashcroft has a clear lead, 2.2 seconds as we go on to lap number 10. And he's also got the fastest lap in his pocket, a 59.636 second lap time. Probably about 3 laps to go. And just the pace that he's been showing has just been absolutely immense.
It's amazing. I think it's so nice to see being so addicted to this, that he has everything under control out in front and doesn't look back one time.
Indeed, he was the Euro Winter Cup champion in Campillos. He also was the event winner for the B&L Karting Series kickoff, so booking his place on both championships this year. And he's looking to double up by winning after the B&L Karting Series round 1, which took place here last weekend. But still a stalemate between second and third. Albert Friend is trying to motor on. He's just put in his fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago. 59.834 was his best lap. And the gap is starting to come down, but it's just 2 seconds. Rory Armstrong having to go a little bit wide through the exit of turn 2 to defend against Cole Denham. So that is very, very potent, that battle, as we go into the final 40 seconds. But then a little bit further back, Charles Kitely has now ended up at the front of the train that Maxim Bobrishov was leading. Kitely has had an absolute stormer, and he's probably going to be close to, I would say, either a top 6 or a top 5 finish if he plays his cards right. Yeah, I make it that he's 7th. I make it that he's probably going to be, he's going to be 7th or 8th. Because I see Kai Clark in 7th. Vic van Kampenhout was leading that train. So 18 positions gained by Charles Kitely. Leader now goes onto the final lap. What a drive it's been for Jacob Ashcroft. He won 2 of the 3 heats yesterday, won the pre-final, and no one has touched him.
He is flying. He's the winner, I would say.
Definitely. 100% agree with you there, Mr. Henkel Mortensen. But we are on the final lap. 2nd and 3rd still to be very much decided. Cole Denham does not look to the inside of turn number 6, but might use the slipstream if he gets close enough to the back bumper of the 166, the youngster from County Down in Northern Ireland, Rory Armstrong, holding on for that 2nd position last year for the 166, moved to Strawberry Racing. Now has shown great improvement over the last 12 months and showcases that he is one that is going to be at the sharp end of the grid in Minimax in Europe this season. But Jacob Ashcroft, unpassable, unchallenged, untouchable. He comes out of the final corner, and it's a win for the youngster from Western Supermare. Jacob Ashcroft not only wins the weekend event, but if it is the case, he will be booking his place to the International Trophy at Le Mans this year. And celebrations, that's what I love about the Minimax
that's great
class.
to see.
Adrien
That is
Sions
really great to see.
celebrating. Charles Kitely, 26 at the start, 8th position. Bowed, well, you know what, I doff my cap to Charles Kitely right there, but the finishing results provisionally are as follows. Jacob Ashcroft wins once again here at Karting Genk by 2.6 seconds. Rory Armstrong in 2nd. Cole Denham and Albert Friend round out the top 4, all representing the United Kingdom. The Czech Republic was the next nation represented, courtesy of Jakub Kubera. Adrien Tions Jubilant was the Latvian in 6th place ahead of Kai Clark. Charles Kitely, Maxim Bobrishov, Max Endicott, Patrikas Jokius, Ryan Rivers, Lucas Todder, Vic van Kampenhout and Isaac Barker rounding at the top 15. Christian Segerson made up 4 places to finish in 16th, ahead of Denny Babacek, Ziggy Stubrup Fredriksson, Len Abbas, Angelina Simons Torres, Kieran Stewart, Bran van der Beek and Nikita Lubimov, Vitek Kubera. And that has changed because Nikita Lubimov has just been demoted to 25th after the 5-second time penalty has been applied. So Alexander Van Meeuwen, 24th, Lubimov, 25th, Jeff Verbeek and Andreas Keller round out the top 27, all finishing the race. Unto Olavi Lakonen and Felipe Reyes out on lap 4 and Oliver Warner out before the completion of the first lap. Martin Henkel Mortensen, good luck for the final. Thanks for joining me in the commentary box.
Thank you for having me, it was great.
One final down, 4 more to go, as the Minimax field would be all smiles before the business of shutting the visors down and getting ready to go into battle for one final time. Many of the drivers in the mix for the potential victory, but Jacob Ashcroft was the one who had the target on his back. A couple of problems on the starting grid with the likes of Christian Segerson and a few others, but we got underway at the first time of asking as the lights went out and Ashcroft led the field into the opening 2 corners. With such calm and composed driving skills, all of the 30 drivers taking to the start would make their way through, but Oliver Warner would be the first casualty, the youngster from Argenti Motorsport out after the opening lap. Felipe Reyes would make his way up through the field, passing the likes of Jakub Kubera and Kai Clark. Max Endicott was also looking rather feisty out there, passing the likes of Maxim Bobrishov round the outside and even battling with Latvia's Adrien Tions. Albert Friend would make his way up to as high as 4th, having had a difficult start And there was the moment where Nikita Lyubimov collided with Felipe Reyes, with the young Dutchman up into the air, bouncing back down onto terra firma, spinning the wheels, and his race was done. Rory Armstrong, in the meantime, was showcasing the speed that he's had all over the last 2 weeks of competition, both at the B&L and the Euro Trophy. A moment here saw Lucas Torder having Maxim Bobrishov up the inside, along with Kai Clark. But Jacob Ashcroft wins the opening round of the championship in fine style by a comfortable margin of 2.6 seconds. Right, the 3-minute horn has sounded and the grid is being cleared. There's also some of the people within the Rotax Racing family who have had birthdays this week. Well, 2018 Grand Finals winner from Team France, Paolo Besoncenet, celebrated his birthday this week, as did Estonia's Ragnar Virus, multi-time RMC Nordic champion. And good to see some more comments coming through into the chat, courtesy of OH Management, saying, "Come on, Armand Hamilton, it's your time, mate." Well, we got 36 drivers. There's a couple of drivers there who look to be starting from the pre-grid, one of which might have been Luke Kornder from Germany. And also I spotted I think it might have been the 285, I believe, that I saw. Joshua Graham starting on the inside of row 6. There's Olivier Jonkers, who seems to have had a little bit more luck come his way this weekend. And a big thank you to my guest, Martin Henkel-Mortensen, who will be out in the DD2 and Masters Final, which will conclude the racing action here at Karting Genk. There's the 284 of Thomas Min-Spearing, also sporting the Wirra Tools visor, stripped from the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We'll be heading to Kim Bolton in the not too distant future. So the driver missing, who is actually due to start behind Christopher Elfagali, is Knud Nielsen from Denmark, who will start from the dummy grid. Who will start from the pit lane. And there he is on the Haase chassis. Did a very, very good job of coming through from the second chance heat. But we have 36 junior Rotax drivers that will compete over a duration of 11 minutes plus an additional lap. So here we go. It's the Junior Rotax Final. Let's take you through the starting grid. Pole position, it's Belgium's Matej Radenkovic. Alongside him, representing Hungary, will be the 212 of Armand Hamilton. Kenzo Craigie and Timo Jungling make it an all-British row number 2. It's Lebanon and the Netherlands, row 3. Christopher Elfagali and Krit Knoren. Knud Nielsen will start from the repair area, but Archie Clark will line up on row 4. Bolowet and Tay Stevens complete the top 10. Joshua Graham and Tino Sidler, row 6. Olivier Jonkers, Hyam Bourguignon, Thomas Min-Spearing, Mika van der Pavert, Mikko Manila, Noah Janssen, Thomas Ingram Hill and Thomas Behrman round out the top 20. Alice Mijauskis, Oscar Guccio, Ollie Wise, Nemanja Jovanovic, Zain El Homosani to complete the top 25. Luke Cornder will also start from the repair area in the pit lane. Cameron Nelson, Max Cuthbert, Kasper Nissen, Boris Maximov, Tom Strehler, Sebastian Koch, August Weber, Kasper Schomans, Hamza Al-Fayez and Alberto Kiko Fracassi from Italy round out the 36-strong grid. Oh, and we've got a kart stricken off of the Europolan at turn number 7. Driver trying to get back underway, but it doesn't look like that might be happening. The driver's now trying to pull the kart off of the grass and back onto the circuit. And that is the 2-4-5. That's France's Oscar Guccio, who manages to get over half the kart onto the circuit and has to go and do it all again because the rear wheels are stuck in the wet grass. So if he does get that thing going, he will be able to catch up to the rest of the grid, as now they are starting to form up. Radenkovic on pole, Hamilton alongside. Then it's Craigie and Jungling, Elfagali, Knoren, Clark, Loet, Stevens. They make their way slowly through the 12th and final corner here at Karting Genk. The red lights on the gantry. Revs rise. Into the tram as we go. The speed increases. Are we ready? Are we steady? The Junior Rotax final starts right now. Good start by Radenkovic as Hamilton keeps it pinned to the outside. Craigie looking for the inside line early doors. Now, Korda and Nielsen get released through out of turn number 3, and it's a bit of a moment there for Kasper Schormans, whose front axle was up in the air, but he managed to make up a few positions. As Radenkovic leads the field down into turn 7 for the first time. And looks like Kenzo Craigie has dropped down to 4th place behind Timo Jungling. Let's see who is in 3rd position as they come through into turn number 10. So Radenkovic, it's now El Fagali's up to 3rd. Great start by the youngster from Lebanon. Opening lap now being completed. Radenkovic leads the way. Craigie looking to try and slingshot past El Fagali. Jungling was also looking to do the same. As now, oh, that's a brave move there from of all people, Timo Jungling. Got past Kenzo Craigie and also Christopher El Fagali in the same swoop. Crick Noren, Boluet, Dave Stevens, Joshua Graham now up into what will be 9th place. Archie Clark, as we've got a yellow flag at Marshall Post 2, which is now being retracted. But at the moment, it is going to be a battle at the front. Both Mateo Radenkovic and Armand Hamilton are leading as, oh, sideways under braking into turn 10. That was Timo Jungling, and straight away El Fagali does not hesitate and slides his way past Archie Clark through on the 2.62 of Crick Noren, who's dropped right back down to the bottom part of the top 10, maybe even out of it. He's down in 10th. There's Joshua Graham looking up the inside of Timo Jungling. He's trying to get through, and he does. Great job there by Joshua Graham, having qualified for the pre-final and the final through the second chance heat. And now he's in a prime position to go for maybe a max of a podium, but that depends on what happens with the two leaders. They are just under 0.3 of a second apart after the opening 2 laps. So more jockeying for position a little bit further back, one of which I saw was Zainel Al-Massani from the UAE. Oh, dramas there for Boluet. And Joshua Graham is through. That's 4th place for the 298. We'll make that 5th place for the 298 from Argenti Motorsport. Radenkovic still holding on to the race lead. Armand Hamilton is waiting. Thomas Behrman, however, in 15th now. The youngster from Chelmsford in Essex now puts in the fastest lap of the race, 56.987. Joshua Graham, Archie Clark, Boluet and Dave Stevens will now battle over what is 5th place. But Hamilton is now starting to close even further towards the back bumper of Mateo Radenkovic. Great move up the inside of Joshua Graham by Archie Clark to now take 5th position. Kenzo Craigie, in the meantime, has got past Christopher El Fagali for 3rd place. It was just under 0.2 after 4 laps of racing, and Armand Hamilton now knows that he's got an opportunity to go for a first win in Europe. And what's more, predominantly, it is a final. Coming up to just under 6 minutes and a half, still remaining on the timer. Radenkovic holding on to the race lead as Armand Hamilton is starting to pick up the pace. Last time around was the fastest lap, and now Radenkovic responds by going only 2 1,000ths quicker. Kenzo Craigie has started to slightly pull away from Christopher El Fagali. Timo Jungling finds himself all the way down in 10th position, behind Archie Clark, Joshua Graham, Crick Knorren, Dave Stevens, Bolowet. Thomas Behrman is on the move, and he is closing on the 265 from Dan Holland Racing. And Alberto Kiko Fracassi, he has moved from last to 23rd at this moment, and he still can make up more places with just over 5 minutes and 40 still to go. These two have been pulling away quite considerably. Gasper Schormans, who was towards the back end of the field, is now nearly halfway through it. Hamza Al-Fayez after the dramas with the incident involving him and Thomas Behrman in the previous lap. And there is a cart stricken. I've just seen a cart stricken. And that is on the inside of the turn number 6 on the Europolan. And that is, oh, hang on a second. That is Zainel Homosani, I'm afraid. The Yazheat Racing Academy driver. It's not been a good one for the youngster. But we have had some penalties issued, and they are as follows. 2:08, Nemanja Jovanovic has had a 5-second time penalty for breaking the formation with all 4 wheels out of the tram lines. Wrong starting position for the 224 of Bolowet, gets a 5-second time penalty. And then the 234 has just been given a 5-second time penalty. That's Max Cuthbert for using the runoff area after the opening lap. So there are battles up and down the order. Joshua Graham now battling away with the likes of Dave Stevens and Crick Knorren. Archie Clark, in the meantime, has caught up with the 2 battling over 3rd place as Christopher El Fagali from Lebanon. Now in 3rd ahead of the UK's Kenzo Craigie in the 244 from Argentine. Gasper Schormans now up into 16th position, whereas Dave Stevens, currently rounding at the top 8, now has the fastest lap of the race, 55.9 seconds. Armand Hamilton is keeping Matej Radenkovic guessing on when he is going to pull the trigger and go past the 296 from Belgium, but it's got to be a confident and full of belief racing move. 3 minutes to go. And there is the move from Archie Clark to get up the inside of Kenzo Craigie. That's now 4th for the KR Sport driver. Archie based out of Towster, not too far outside of the home of British Motorsport, Silverstone. 2 minutes 43 still to go. The guessing games continue between Radenkovic and Hamilton. Lap 9 about to be completed. And they have pulled a gap to what is nearly 3.1 seconds ahead of Christopher El Fagali from Lebanon. Archie Clark now in 4th. Kenzo Craigie 5th. There has been a big change because Crick Knorren has dropped out of the top 10 and down to 14th. So Dave Stevens 6th. Joshua Graham 7th. Followed by Thomas Behrman, Timo Jungling and Thomas Min Spearing. And that makes it 6 drivers from the UK in the top 10. With the Netherlands, Lebanon, Hungary and Belgium also represented out of the, well, that's 5 out of the 30 nations, so 1/6. Mika van der Parvert, in the meantime, has decided to get a little bit quicker and has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 55.651 from the youngster from the Netherlands. So just under a minute and a half remains as there is Van der Parvert, gets up the inside. That is through on Joshua Graham, who's also been passed by Timo Jungling and KR Sports' Thomas Behrman. They make their way through to Archie Clark and Kenzo Craigie through turn number 7 and turn number 8. Armand Hamilton has been close, but not close enough yet to make that race-defining move that could decide who is victorious in the final here in Junior Rotax. We now go on to our penultimate lap. Lap 12 of 13 begins now. Radenkovic still has just under a 4/10 of a second advantage. If Hamilton was about 2/10 off, he might have a better shot at going for a move up the inside of the youngster from Belgium. And we've also had a penalty go the way of the 2.95 of Zain El Homosani. Well, that's not really going to do any more damage to his race because, unfortunately, the youngster from the UAE has retired. So just 1,360 metres remain to decide who will be the winner of the Junior Rotax final. It is Matej Radenkovic that leads them onto the final lap of the race. Ahead of Armand Hamilton representing Hungary. Third, it's Lebanon's Christopher El Faghali, Archie Clark and Kenzo Craigie rounding out the top 5. But there is a little bit of a change around here. This is the battle with Krik Knoren. That's with the likes of Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Olivier Jonkers as the leaders make their way down the Europalan for the final time. And Radenkovic knew that he had to get the jump on everybody else to stay in front and thereby just keep a calm, cool head on young shoulders. Now the final corner beckons of the race meeting for Junior Rotax, and on home soil, it's a Belgium hometown hero. It's Matej Radenkovic that wins in Junior Rotax here in the final, ahead of Armand Hamilton, who finishes just under half a second behind. And Lebanon get a top 3 once again. Christopher El Faghali takes P3 in the 2-2-1 from Dan Holland Racing. Archie Clark and Kenzo Craigie round out the top 5 with 4 different nations represented. Tay Stevens finishes 6th ahead of Timo Jungling. Mika van der Pavret, Thomas Behrman and Boluet round out the top 10. Ryan Bourguignon, Tom Strehler, Joshua Graham, Casper Schormans and Thomas Ingram Hill round out the top 10. Alberto Kiko Fracassi, Krik Knoren, Olivier Jonkers. Then we've also got Miko Manila, Noah Janssen, Hamza Al-Fayez finishes in 21st. Great show of sportsmanship between our first and second place drivers in the final. We've also got the likes of Cameron Nelson, Aras Mijalskis, 23rd ahead of Oscar Guccio. Ollie Wise rounds out the top 25. With Tino Sidler, Boris Maximov, Max Cuthbert, Thomas Minspinin, Kasper Nissen, Sebastian Koch, August Reber, Knud Nielsen, Nemanja Jovanovic and Nick Korda rounding out the 35 that finished all 13 laps, and Zain El Homosani unfortunately retiring on lap 5. Any one of a multiple of drivers could be in the running for this race. They came from far and wide, from the UK, from the Netherlands, from Hungary. Some drivers unable to shake their disappointment, some drivers struggling with dramas, especially with the 245 of Oscar Guccio having a spin on the back straight before the start. But with a moment there for one of the JJ Racing drivers coming out of the final corner, the lights went out, we went racing. And Kenzo Craigie looking to assert some kind of stranglehold on at least a top 3 position, but Radenkovic led the way. Joshua Graham and Archie Clark were embroiled in a little battle early on in the race, with a few drivers such as Boluet, Krit Knorren and Dave Stevens also trying to get in with the racing action. Then there was Thomas Ingram Hill getting through on Tino Sidler and the recovering Alberto Kiko Fracassi, who suffered heartache in the pre-final. Then Zain El Homosani, the only driver to retire from the race, would be out on lap number 5. Christopher El Fagali would then battle away with Kenzo Craigie, with the Lebanese driver getting the upper hand on the Brits. And that would be the case for the remainder of the race itself, as the 2-2-1 managed to make sure he got a bit further up the field. And this moment here, which involved Archie Clark and Kenzo Craigie, saw that Archie Clark would move up to 4th position. Krit Knorren would be battling away with Alberto Kiko Fracassi and the 216 of Dams Racing's Olivier Jonkers coming through the final corner. And Jonkers made the best of the situation as he got through on the Italian and the Dutch driver. But Mateo Denkovic, a hometown hero, winning on home soil, took the win by just under half a second from Armand Hamilton. Rounding out the top 5 behind Radenkovic and Hamilton, Christopher El Fagali would keep ahead by just over a tenth head of Archie Clark, and Kenzo Craigie, his first European appearance as a junior, would take a top 5 finish. And there is a sign of sportsmanship, of what it means to be a good competitor and a good sportsman after such an exciting race. It's time for the penultimate race of the weekend. Race 38. It is the Senior Rotax Final. Let's have a look at the starting grid. Sean Butcher starts from pole position, and alongside him will be Tommy van der Stroys. Mark Kimber and Kai Gillerts round out row number 2. Jaden Teen and Matthew Higgins round out row 3. Zombor Kovac and Sebastian Bach round out row 4. Completing the top 10 from the UK and France, it's Lachlan Robinson and Mika Barthélemy. Lewis Gilbert and Elia Papacena round out row 6. Colin Vajny and Frederik Zevis Christensen, row 7. Austin Lee and William Haugstand, row 8. Nolan Emery and Caden McQueen, row 9. Paul Forquemin and Ethan Jeff Hall round out the top 20. Completing the 36-strong grid, it's Arthur Robin, Fahim Mega, Mitch Haynert, Leon Zelenko, Archie Walker, Mario Sidler, Petra Babichkova, Devian Horst, Jaden Pope, Dion van Verven, Sam Bergstein, Christoph Sala, Kai Hunter, Vic Stevens, Miska Kaskinen, and after being excluded through a technical disqualification, Maxence Bouvier starts from 36th and last. Oh, and I see who Roger Young is cheering for at the moment. Hello, Roger. Back watching again. He's cheering on both Sean Butcher and Mark Kimber. They start on the inside on the front and the second row. Oh, dearie me. 9:01 has just gone off. That's William Haugstand of all the places. And you can see there's a lot of moisture on that cart. And he's trying to get that thing started again, but he's sitting in it. The tyres are wet. And what's more, that may not be going anywhere. So Sean Butcher leading the way. A few dramas along the way as well. We've had a few drivers. That was Maxence Bouvier that went off, and the Frenchman is no longer competing in this final, having started from the back of the grid due to a technical disqualification post the pre-final. But Sean Butcher got the right getaway. However, he's being reeled in by the quintet behind. He's got Mark Kimber just behind him, along with Jaden Teen, Zombor Kovac, Tommy van der Stroys and Kai Gillerts. In 7th position looks to be now Lewis Gilbert, Lachlan Robinson and Matthew Higgins. They round out the top 9. The 10th position is in the hands of Mika Barthélemy from France. Caden McQueen now up to 11th position. Elia Papacena, Ethan Jeff Hall, Sebastian Bach, Kai Hunter running up the top 15, and Kai Hunter started 33rd. Now Gillett sweeps to the outside of Van der Stroys through into turn number 6. He looks to get to the inside as Kimber Tries to go towards the outside part of turn number 7 to try and defend against Jaden Teen, but try and also get past Sean Butcher in the process. And now Gilbert, Robinson and Higgins are there. 9-way scrap for the race lead. And we've only just gotten started. Hillet swings to the outside, gets the undercut on Kovac. And now Kimber is now starting to gesticulate. Butcher is trying to defend. Fredrik Zebbis Christensen not taking any further part of this race. Unfortunately, the Dane spinning out at turn number 6. Hillet's trying to do the same to Jaden Teen as he did to Tommy van der Stroys, and Jaden Teen anticipated it. Down into turn number 7 they go. And we're down to 34 drivers. It was William Helgstrand who actually was the one that was, and a bit of a clumsy move there from Zombor Kovac. That has allowed Lachlan Robinson to get through. Lewis Gilbert has just been passed by Kenny McQueen, and there's a bump between the pair of them. And Kenny McQueen was past Gilbert. Gilbert went into the side of him. And the 913, running with RS competition this weekend, drops down a couple of places. So Kenny McQueen drops down to 11th, but the person that's really on the move, and he's setting fastest lap after fastest lap, but now there's been a change for the lead. Kimber out in front, and there's a touch between Hillertz and Jaden Thien. Oh. And Hillertz is now going to have to wait. Oh, dearie me. Thank goodness he stayed off on the runoff area, did Hillertz, because Zombor Kovac was trying to get past Jaden Teen. And all of a sudden, it just goes to show that you try and make one move, and it just can horribly go wrong when you've got that close style pack racing. It's not what you need. And Butcher is now back in the lead of the race. And it was just the slices of touch right front to left rear between Hillertz and Teen that sent the 374 from Belgium off the circuit. But 4 karts now in contention. 9 minutes and 17 seconds still to go. Butcher leads. Kimber second. Van der Stroys, the youngest of the quartet, in third, followed by Lachlan Robinson. Now Zombor Kovac is factoring back into this. Hillertz has rejoined. He's down in 14th. There's still time for him to make his way up the order. There's a little bit of toing and froing a little bit further back, just outside of the top 10, as Lachlan Robinson has got past. Tommy van der Stroys now up into P3. Zombor Kovac is not too far behind. There's Lewis Gilbert. There's Jaden Teen. Mika Bartholomew past Matthew Higgins for 8th. Rounding out the top 10, it's Ethan Jeff Hall. Elliot Papacena and Kai Hunter are not that far away either. I've just spotted, there is Ethan Jeff Hall. There is Kai Hunter. Folks, the ride's about to start getting bumpy. The Butcher still leading. Hunter has got the fastest lap of the race, 54.084. As now Kimber goes for the move up the inside of Sean Butcher. Robinson sees the door open as well, and he's slipstreaming behind Mark Kimber. And Robinson up into second. Kimber now takes the race lead. Still, after the best part of over 6 minutes of racing, 34 drivers still running at the moment. Zombor Kovac sends it up the inside, takes 4th away from Tommy van der Stroys, but van der Stroys back through, well, tries to get back through, and now it's a fight. It really is going to start intensifying. Mika Bartholomew is just behind Jaden Teen. And I see Matthew Higgins up to 10th now, or down to 10th now, because Kai Hunter up to 9th. Hillertz now up into 11th. We've had a problem for Ethan Jeff Hall and Leon Zelenko. They've dropped to the bottom of the timesheets. So it could be that both their weekends are at an early conclusion. Kimber now in the lead. Robinson, Butcher, Kovac. 5th, it's van der Stroys. Gilbert in 6th. And I can tell you now is, Robinson. Robinson with a late lunge up the inside coming out of turn 10. Got through on the inside of turn number 11. Robinson now leads as we go onto lap number 9. And look at that train. Top 10 covered by 1.6 seconds. Top 14 covered by just over 2.2. Incredible stuff. And now it's getting a bit feisty. Matthew Higgins up the inside of both Jaden Teen and Kai Hunter. Robinson leads them through into turn 7. Kai Hunter now up into 8th. And Miska, no, is that Kai Hunter? That is Kai Hunter. He is out of this race. Oh dear, such a comeback. He started from the inside of the penultimate row of the grid, and Mark Kimber's just had Zombor Kovac, Tommy van der Stoys, and now Lewis Gilbert up the inside, heading into turns 1 and 2, coming out of the final corner. And now KR Sport, they've got a 1-2. And Kai Gilletz is in 7th position, but he has got clear air. He will now start pushing with 5 1/4 minutes still on the timer remaining. But with just under 5 minutes to go, Lachlan Robinson now leads the race for the first time since last season. 0.174 separates him and teammate Butcher. Kovac in 3rd. Van der Stoys, Gilbert, Kimber, Gilletz, Stevens, Papasena for Quemin. Katie McQueen again staging another comeback. He's now up to 11th as Butcher looks for the move up the inside through turn 6 on Robinson and gets the lead back. Lap 10, and still the fastest lap of the race being held by Kai Hunter. He's out. I think Mika Barthélemy is going to be out as well. Ethan Jeff Hall, Leon Zelenko, Frederick Zebes Christensen, and Maxence Bouvier out of the race. We are down to 30 drivers. If you thought the first 10 minutes were intense, the next 4, plus an additional lap, could be even more dramatic. Gilletz has now closed in on the 2 in front, which is Kimber, who's centred up the inside of Van der Stroys. Gilletz now tries to go on the 3-1-1 from the Netherlands, looks to the undercut through in turn 3, now through turn 4. Brilliant anticipation from Kai Gilletz up the inside of Tommy van der Stroys to take the position away. And that was through turn 4, using the curbing to help rotate the kart through and carry the momentum as well. But 4 drivers at the sharp end of the field who were covered last lap by just over 8.5 tenths. A change for the lead. Robinson and Butcher are working together. Now it's KR Sport versus Kraft Motorsport at the front of the field. Kovac and Gilbert. There is Dion van Verven, the youngster from the Netherlands, out on the spot after what was a very, very difficult weekend. He was in the top 15. Robinson leading the way. Just over 2.5 minutes to go. Gilbert goes up the inside of Kovac. Through turn number 6, there was enough room, and both simultaneously adjust the radiator flaps coming out of turn 6 to exactly the same point. And Kovac now decides to go up the inside of Gilbert, but can't get the move done. And then just behind them, there's Kimber, there's Gilletz, there's Van der Stroys, there's also Vic Stevens. This is going to be an absolute crescendo as Gilbert round the outside of Butcher through turn number 12, has to wait for another opportunity, but he carried the momentum through, and now the Slipstream Fest begins. and that is an 8-kart train who were covered by 8.5 tenths of a second. We've just completed lap number 13, and there's still 1 minute and 42, plus an additional lap still to go. Vic Stevens now tries to go up the inside, and he points to Tommy van der Stroy saying, right, let's go get him. Robinson hanging on. Butcher in second, Gilbert third, Kovac, Kimber, Hillertz, Stevens, van der Stroy, and look behind, there's more joining. For Quemmen's going to be in this. It could be the top 10 in contention for the victory. Robinson still leads. We're going to have 3 more laps to go, including the one that we're just about to go on. Gilbert again, trying round the outside of Butcher. Is it going to work this time? Not quite. And if they say if at first you don't succeed, try again. But time is running out. Butcher sweeps wide, and that opens nearly opened the door for Robinson to let him through. And Butcher is about to go through. He slipstreams past, down the Europalan, past Robinson, as Gilbert gets past Kovac. Kimber there, waiting in the wings in 5th place. Now, Kovac returns the favour, and he bumps into his teammates, and that allows Mark Kimber to get through rather easily. Van der Stroy's also not too far behind the duo of Lewis Gilbert and Kai Hillertz. 2 more laps remain. Kimber now up the inside of Kovac for 3rd. And it's Butcher and Robinson, the purple of KR Sport, leading the way in a 1-2 formation. Timer has expired, and now there's an absolute swarm of senior road taxis trying to battle for position going into turn 7, and there has been an incident at turn 7. 2 karts off the track, one of which might have been Vic Stevens, but Butcher and Robinson make their way down to turn 10 at Cafe Corner for the penultimate time. Lap 16 about to be completed. Butcher leads the field onto the 17th and final lap. Gap between the pair just over 2 tenths of a second. Now, this might be I know for a fact that these two have racing respect, and I can see that Robinson is trying to go for the win. Butcher will defend. Robinson will attack. There are no team orders at this point. Robinson round the outside of Butcher down the Europalan for the final time. They are millimetres apart. Butcher gets the inside line going into turn 7 for the final time. A brazen opportunity from Lachlan Robinson nearly gifted him the win. But at the back of it, right behind them, Mark Kimber's on course for P3. But you know what? It was one opportunity for Robinson, but Butcher is going to make it round the final corner. It's a 1-2 for KR Sport. Sean Butcher and Lachlan Robinson share the spoils. Mark Kimber takes P3 by just over 1.5 tenths, and that is brilliant. The great camaraderie between Sean Butcher and Lachlan Robinson. And Sean knew for a fact that Lachlan was going to try something. He let him go for it. It didn't quite work out, but you know what? That's a great result for the team led by Ash Orchard, Jordan Chamberlain, and all the crew at KR Sport. A great result. So Sean Butcher wins. Lachlan Robinson, his first podium in a very, very long time. Good to see him back on it. Mark Kimber third, Zombor Kovac, Lewis Gilbert, Jaden Teen, Kai Hillertz, Tommy van der Stroy, Kaden McQueen, and Francis Nolan-Lemeray ran at the top 10. Elia Papasena, Miska Kaskinen, Fahin Mega, Austin Lee, Vic Stevens, Matthew Higgins, Colin Vajny, Devian Horst, Mitch Haynett, and Archie Walker ran at the top 20. Paul Folkwemin, Sebastian Bach, Petra Babichkova, Mario Sidler, Sam Bergstein, Christoph Sala, and William Helgstrand from Denmark ran at the 27th, finished all 17 laps. Arthur Horbat retired on lap 15. Lap 14 for Jaden Pope from GKS, with Dion van Verven out on lap 11. Kai Hunter, Mika Barthélemy out on lap 8. Ethan Jeffhall and Leon Zelenko out on lap 6, with Frederick Zebis Christensen out on the opening lap, and Maxence Bouvier not even getting past the first sector. So 36 drivers went into battle. A bit of a drama for William Helgstrand in the early goings, but the Dane would manage to get the 901 Tony Kart chassis back onto the circuit and rejoin the field. As the remainder of the field got into the tram lines, the revs rose, the lights went out as Sean Butcher and Tommy van der Stroys led the field into the opening couple of corners. Everyone was jockeying for position early, going through into turn 2 with 3-4 wide at points up and down the order. But then there was a moment for Miska Kaskinen from Finland, who had a difficult pre-final, and it wasn't going to get any better in this particular occasion. Mark Kimber would storm his way past Sean Butcher, and so would Jaden Thien in the early goings. Kai Hillitz would also factor in the early part of the race. But then this moment here, where Hilitz's right front wheel touched the left rear of Jaden Thien, put Thien in the air and Hillitz off the circuit. Hillitz would then have to wait for the field to go by and then had to get quickly out of the way, as Zsombor Kovacs was definitely on an attacking spree. Mark Kimber then would take the lead. Lachlan Robinson would also factor in, and they would both slingshot past defending champion Butcher going into turn 7. Then the train started to expand as Kimber led Robinson, Butcher, Kovacs and van der Stroys, and then there was this move here that saw Robinson take the lead off of Kimber. And there was also this moment here, the 914 of Mika Barthelemy launched one driver up, and then also Kai Hunter caught in the crossfire. Jaden Thien would also be demoted a long way down the order. After such a great comeback, the 19-year-old from Sunderland completely infuriated. Dion van Verven was the next casualty a few laps later on lap 11 as the 377 walked away from the CRG chassis. Then the fight really started to begin with 4 minutes to go. Lewis Gilbert tried 2 attempts around the outside of Sean Butcher around the final corner, but could not make it past the Brit. And even Zsombor Kovacs thought, well, there's no team orders, I might be under the same awning, but I'm going to go for the move. He tried to move up the inside of Lewis Gilbert, but then Sean Butcher retook the lead from Lachlan Robinson as Gilbert and Kovacs and Kimber rounded out the top 5. Then the jockeying for position began. Going into turn number 7, there was this moment here, a big bump for Tommy van der Stroys, courtesy of Vic Stevens, who then went into one of the other drivers, and that was the 904 of Paul Foucault. But Lachlan Robinson and Sean Butcher, teammates, but still, when there's 1 lap to go, you're going to give it your all. Robinson went towards the outside of turn number 6, but Sean Butcher kept himself on the inside line. Great racing respect between the 2 teammates at KR Sport, and Butcher would then go on to win the race, and it was a formation for KR Sport, who took home a 1-2 in the final. We now are just waiting for the clear-up operation. A big thank you to Team MKG and the recovery crew for all their work over what has been a very, very busy 2 days. But we are moments away from our 39th and final race to conclude the opening round of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season, as we have DD2 and DD2 Masters ready and lined up. Race 39 of the meeting, it's the DD2 and Masters Final. Let's take you through the starting grid for the final time this weekend. Martin van Leeuwen, who won the pre-final early on, will start on pole position. Alongside him will be Poland's David Altlechner. Austria and Finland on row 2 with Philip Moitzi and Axel Sarniala. Latvia and the Czech Republic row 3, Patrick Snows, Lochnalis and Peter Bezel. Then it is the Netherlands and Denmark row 4, Enzo Bol and Carl Gustav Borgard, with Lithuania and Belgium rounding out the top 10. It's Maxim Stachurko and Nicolas Guillaume, with Dennis Thum from Germany and Leonardo Baccaglini rounding out row 6. Thum starting on DD2 Masters pole. Martin Henkel and Moderson, who joined me for the Minimax final earlier on, starts 13th and will be joined by the fastest baker in Flanders. I haven't used that nickname in a while, for Carl Klibor. That's row 7. Yannick Nielsen, Ville Villiainen, Victor Frostbay, Michael Becker, Rasmus Vanderbilt and Jere Kokalainen round out the top 20. Then it is Manuel Tenschert, Sebastian Schul, Igor Mukin, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Tony Hogg, Jakub Bezel, Christophe Capitan, Kamil Kubera, Martina Stankiewicz, Maxim Dirix, Nicolas Picot and Jules Cousin. Of course, no Lucas Bernot. He is still recovering from his appendix being removed just the other day. But one more race to conclude the action, as in 41 days' time, we head to Western France, to the Circuit Val d'Argenton for our second round of the championship. So from this perspective, it has been a very, very busy weekend for everybody involved. And now these drivers bring the race weekend to its inevitable conclusion. So red lights on the starting gantry, 14 minutes plus an additional lap as we conclude with DD2 and DD2 Masters, the final. Revs rise, are we ready, are we steady? Now we are, well, the red lights did not go out as far as I saw, so I'm not too sure if we've had an issue there, but the red lights have now gone out and the timer has started counting down. So we are underway. We are underway with green flag racing, as there's a lot of drivers hurtling through, some using the curb through turn number 6. But everyone at the minute, I think, might have made it through thus far, but we have got someone at the front of the field. And that driver, right, red flag has been called. It looks like there was a technical issue with the lights. So red flag has instantly been called. There will be a full restart as a result of it. So, yep, full red flag conditions. Yeah, it took a few seconds for the lights to go out on the starting gantry. So I would very much agree with that sentiment. The right call there, because neither did we have a full start, neither did the red lights go out.
I know, we do it again. I know.
That's like you said, in the first lap you can use.
You have to survive, but not to overtake the lead, right?
No. No, they didn't do it. He told us to look on it because on purpose to overtake the leader. You can do it more.
Yeah,
it's only to avoid a collision.
But you told before that it's allowed.
How you want to,
it's allowed or not
it's allowed to avoid a collision, but not on purpose to overtake the leader.
But you cannot check this. You cannot check this. It's impossible. You know,
don't discuss. We put it now to the same starting order. Go to your cards.
But you must tell exactly what to do, because on briefing you told is you can use it. Everybody can use it.
You can use it to avoid a collision.
Yeah, but that's told in briefing. How you want to make a decision after that?
But you cannot check this never.
It's
not possible. What we do.
We can take the bumper. We can take bumper off.
Bumper back, everything to neutral.
We can hold the bumper back.
However you want to not to avoid the collision.
Forward, three, left side. Forward, please go back. One down, please. No more.
Just had a mention, I have a 536 debit card up Right, a full restart has just been initiated because the red lights failed to go out when we went racing. But here is your starting grid for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Martin van Leeuwen and David Outleichner on the front row. Philip Moitzi and Axel Saliala, row 2. Patrick Snolls, Locke Melis and Peter Bezel, row 3. Enzo Boll and Carl Gustav Borgard, row 4, with Maxime Sechurko and Nicolas Guillaume Uno Mas on row number 5, completing the top 10. Then we have Dennis Thum, Leonardo Baccaglini, Martin Henkel Mortensen, Carl Kleber, Yannick Nielsen, Ville Villiainen, Victor Frostbay, Maxime Becker, Rasmus Vanderbilt, then we've got Jericho Kalainen, Manuel Tenchat, Sebastian Schul, Igor Mukin, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Tony Hogg, Jakob Bezel, Christophe Capitan. We've got Camille Kubera, Martina Stankiewicz, Maxime Dirix, Nicolas Picot, and Jules Cousin rounding out the 32 strong grid. But now Van Leeuwen keeping a hold of the race lead. So Philip Moitzi was trying to do an overtake round the outside of Martin Van Leeuwen. David Outleichner, Patrick Snolls, Locke Melis. Rounding out the top 4 positions. Enzo Boll in 6. Looks like Peter Bezel is in 5th position at the moment. Axel Sardiala has dropped a few places after the start. And there is the move from Peter Bezel on Patrick Snolls, Locke Melis, and they tangle! Locke Melis around, he clatters back into Bezel. And he's absolutely furious as the Latvian, straight out of the car, slapped his helmet as if to say, what on earth were you thinking? So that drops them right to the back end of the field, and they both get back going again. But unfortunately, both of them will not be contesting for the race victory. So Van Leeuwen leads the way. Philip Moitzi for Austria in 2nd. David Outleichner representing Poland rounds out the top 3. 4th, Enzo Boll. 5th, Axel Sarniala. 6th, Carl Gustav Borgard. Maxime Sechurko up to 7th. And there is, that was the 4:09. Sebastian Schul being disposed of very quickly by Martina Stankiewicz as Outleichner goes toe-to-toe, side by side with Philip Moitzi on the run down the start-finish straight and gets back through past the Austrian for 2nd position. Dennis Thum currently holding on to the DD2 Masters class lead in 11th position, but he's got Martin Henkel Mortensen just behind him. There's a touch, and that was between the 4:24 of Leonardo Baccaglini and the 4:35 of Lithuania's Maxime Sechurko. So Patrick Snolls, Locke Melis, there was a bit of a move there. That was Moitzi being passed by Enzo Boll through Cafe Corner at turn number 10. Axel Sarniala, and there is Carl Gustav Borgard waiting in the wings. And then Nicolas Guillaume has made up a position or 2. He's got up to 7th past Maxime Sechurko. Sarniala was trying to get through on Philip Moitzi, but that's Carl Gustav Borgard round the outside of the fin through turns 3 and 4 and gets the move done by turn 5. Shuts the door before the fin can respond through turn number 6. But Martin van Leeuwen leads the way. But it's going to be a dogfight between these two. They've been battling all weekend long. And that is Nicolas Picot on the top of Carl Clevel, who's hobbling away with his front Nassau. And that is going to be a yellow flag and Marshall post 7. So that just goes to show that a bit too much overzealousness can cause a little bit of a problem. It's just over 2.5 tenths of a second between Outleichner in second place and Van Leeuwen in the lead. So we've also got the green flag, the green digi flag flashing at Marshall post 1. There is Dennis Toom, not too far behind Martin Henkel Mortensen, and there's the change for the race lead. Outleichner through on Van Leeuwen from the Netherlands for the race lead overall, who is 0.16 behind. So it is going to be between these two for the race victory, but I'm going to say this with 8 minutes and 48 seconds still to go on the timer. Don't count out Enzo Bol. He's only 1.1 seconds behind this duo, and he may be catching them. Outleichner, just the previous lap, posted the fastest lap of the race, 53.962, as Axel Sarniala. I don't know if he suddenly just slowed for a second there, coming out of turn 12, because Carl Gustav Borgaard was ahead of him. And there is a move up the inside. That was on Nicolas Guillaume. That was possibly more than likely lap for Lithuania's Maxim Sachurko, which it is the case. Ville Villainen and Martin Henkel Mortensen round out the top 10. Manuel Tenchet has got Leonardo Baccaglini not too far behind, but Tenchet is also battling away with Michael Becker, who has made some moves up the order. And what's more, despite a cracked chassis, that comp cart is still functioning. And he is, get this, 1.6 seconds off of Dennis Toom. Manuel Tenchet, fastest driver now out there, 53.992, but Outleichner responds with the fastest lap of his own. Oh, a slight side swipe there, courtesy of Axel Sarniala, and nearly put the frighteners on one Carl Gustav Borgaard. He's now got Maxim Sachurko from Lithuania, one of the youngest drivers in this field. And Sachurko is only 14. Baccaglini, 15. Enzo Bol is 14. Ilias Kaliakmanis, the young Greek driver, 15. Eldest driver overall in this field is Tony Hogg at 57. But they do say that age is but a number. Tony's currently in 27th position. Enzo Bol was 0.87 of a second behind Martin van Leeuwen. And now there is a time penalty, and it's going to the 517 of Nicolas Picot. 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. And that is going to cause the Frenchman to drop to the back end of the field. There is Manuel Tenchet once again. And he is currently in 13th position, battling away with Victor Frostbay from Denmark. Six minutes still remain in this race. 8 minutes completed. And Outleichner has pulled a gap of just over 0.3 of a second on the previous tour. Lap number 9 now completed, lap 10 underway. Enzo Bol now has the fastest lap, and it's a 53.819. He was exactly a tenth to the decimal point quicker than Van Leeuwen on lap number 8. Michael Becker, in the meantime, has dropped to 16th position. There is Axel Sarniala and Philip Moitzi. They're battling over 4th place. So at the moment, Altlechner leads. Van Leeuwen in 2nd, Bol in 3rd, Moitzi, Sarniala, Carl Gustav Borgaard, Maxim Sachurko, Ville Villainen, Martin Henkel Mortensen, Dennis Thum now up to 10th. They're to Victor Frostbay, Manuel Tenschat, and Nicolas Guillaume, who drops to 13th. Jakob Bezel and Leonardo Baccaglini ran out the top 15. Michael Becker, Yannick Nielsen, Rasmus van der Wel, Christophe Capitain, and Jules Cousin ran out the top 20. Personal best from Philip Moitzi on that last lap, 54.211. But Axel Sarniala was just over a 1/10 of a second quicker. It's a real shame for Carl Clervaux. I hope he's all okay. Looks like he was limping with his left leg coming out of the karts with the Nassau panel upside down and away from the steering column. So 4 minutes to go, 10 minutes completed, and David Altlechner is controlling the pace. Martin van Leeuwen has just put in his personal best as there was a 2.5. That was Maxim Sachurko on Ville Villainen. Now there's Martin Henkel Mortensen, Dennis Thum, and with them is the 4.14 of Denmark's Victor Frostbay. Now, a move from, well, Victor Frostbay kept ahead of Manuel Tenschat as Maxim Sachurko, the youngster from Lithuania, showing that he is just as capable in this class and able to battle at the sharp end of the grid. Meanwhile, Martin van Leeuwen has just closed the gap by about 0.07 of a second to David Altlechner to just 0.24. Enzo Bol will have to settle for 3rd place. But the battle for 4th is raging onward like a good one because Axel Sarniala now ahead of Carl Gustav Borgaard as Philip Moitzi drops to 6th place. Sarniala went on the defensive, and there is the move from Moitzi up the inside through into the entry of turn 8. Great timing and reaction from Moitzi from Austria. Now takes 5th place back off of the Dane. Lap number 13 completed, 2 minutes and 12 plus an additional lap still to go on the timer to conclude the race weekend. As all, moment there for Yannick Nielsen and Maxim Dirix. And they were battling over the top, the latter part position in the top 16. And both of them have just lost a handful of positions. Yannick Nielsen to 22nd, Maxim Dirix down to 23rd place, allowing the likes of Rasmus van der Wel, Jules Cousin, Michael Becker, Martinas Stankiewicz, and Sebastian Schue and Ilias Kaliakmanis through. And Stankiewicz is one position right. I'm just having a look at what's happening in DD2 Masters. Christophe Capitain's race has ended early, but the battle for 2nd is going to start intensifying between Martinas Stankiewicz and Michael Becker. And that's 18th, so Dennis Thum is away and clear. However, it's not so cut and dry between David Altlechner and Martin van Leeuwen, as we will have this plus 2 additional laps of racing still to go. We'll have a total of 17 laps. We're on lap number 15. Yannick Nielsen might be calling time on his race day as well. Capitain, a confirmed retirement. Down to 29 drivers we go. But now, lap 15 gets completed. David Altlechner and Martin van Leeuwen have kept line astern for the majority of this race the moment they hit the front. The final 2 laps will decide who will be the winner of the final. Yannick Nielsen retires from the race on lap number 13. As our two overall race leaders go down the Europalan for the penultimate time. The timer expires, and now Van Leeuwen went for the move. He nearly let the door open for Altleichner, so bang on the timer expiring. Van Leeuwen launched it and got through. So one more lap remains to close out the weekend. And Altleichner and Van Leeuwen now lock horns, now go into battle. Altleichner looks to the inside, out of the final corner. Last lap board of the weekend. And Enzo Bol is slightly closing, but Altleichner is going to have 2, maybe 3 chances at a push. If he can get into turn 6, turn 7, and then the final corner. Altleichner is sizing up Van Leeuwen. Van Leeuwen responding accordingly. Out of turn 6, Altleichner looks to the right. They tangle wheels. Altleichner fighting it, and he gets through at turn 7. Puts the boot on the other foot, so to speak, but then runs wide. Van Leeuwen through back at turn 8, and Enzo Bol is now in contention for the victory in the final with just 3 more corners remaining. Enzo Bol looking to get the over-under on Altleichner, but I think Van Leeuwen capitalised on Altleichner's slight mistake out of turn number 8. Out of the final corner, it's going to be a run to the line. Enzo Bol's going to go for it. Who's going to win? It's going to be Van Leeuwen. Enzo Bol takes second. Third for David Altleichner. Top 3 covered by 0.209 of a second. And, oh, dearie me. Not a way for Martin Henkel Mortensen's weekend to end. Yards from the checkered flag after contact with Victor Frostbay. And, well, thank you for being with us, Martin Henkel Mortensen. It's been a pleasure watching him race again, but not the way any of us would have wanted to have seen his weekend end. Just literally 5 grid rows from the checkered. But Martin Van Leeuwen takes the final race victory of the weekend in DD2 by 0.145 ahead of Enzo Bol. David Altleichner rounds out the top 3. Axel Sarniala, Philip Moitzi, Carl Gustav Borgard, Maxim Sechurkov, Vili Viliainen, Manuel Tencha, Leonardo Baccaglini, Jakob Bezel. Then we had Nicolas Guillaume, Rasmus Vernubo, Jules Cousin, and, oh, well, Dennis Thum had a drama. So, Martinas Stankiewicz is the winner in DD2 Masters provisionally in 15th, ahead of Michael Becker, Sebastian Shaw, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Igor Mukin, Jericho Kalainen ran at the top 20. Nicolas Picot finishes 21st, but has a 5-second time penalty coming his way for contact. That was with Carl Klebor. Tony Hogg finishes 22nd ahead of Camille Kubera, Maxim Dirix, Patrick Knowles, Lockmelis, Peter Bezel, Victor Frostbay, and Martin Henkel Mortensen declared as a that was a retirement for the 2018 DD2 champion. Dennis Thum out with 2 laps to go. Yannick Nielsen, Christophe Capitin, and Carl Klebor out of the race. The 39th and final race of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy would see a total of 32 DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers go into action for one final time. Several drivers again were in the mix, such as Philip Moitzi, Patrick Knowles-Lockmelis, and the drivers on the front row, David Altleichner and Martin Van Leeuwen. After an initial problem with the lights, we got underway with the second time of asking, as the revs rose and the final race got underway here at the Home of Champions. Philip Moitzi did a great job in slingshotting past David Altleichner as he tried to go round the outside of Martin Van Leeuwen to take the lead early. However, it was to no avail. Then we would have the 4-2-2, one of the Bezel brothers, having this tangle with Patrick Knowles-Lockmelis, and then they both came into contact once again. And then the gesticulation from Lockmelis saying, "What on earth was that?" And both of them rejoined the race, finishing 26th and 27th respectively. Moment there for the 4.35 of Maxim Sochurko, who had Leonardo Baccaglini to his inside, along with the 4.91 of Nicolas Guillaume. Going into turn number 7, it got a bit too close for comfort, and then Baccaglini found himself going off of the circuit and grass tracking on towards the middle part of turn number 8. Then this moment for Carl Clebot and Nicolas Picot, with Picot riding over the front of the Belgians' Nassau panel, tearing it off of the steering column, and Carl Clebot walking away with a slight limp with his left leg. Outlechner would then go on a full-blown assault and get past Martin van Leeuwen to take the race lead into turn number 2. Then there was this scare for Carl Gustav Borgaard as Axel Sarniala tried to close the door. And then this moment here, that was the 4.08 getting through. And that was on Nicolas Guillaume. Martin Henkel Mortensen was also in the top 10, battling away with class leader in DD2 Masters, Dennis Thum, Maxim Sochurko, and also the 4.08 of Vili Villainen. And there was this brazen move from Philip Moitzi, sending it up the inside, going through into turn number 8 on Carl Gustav Borgaard. Then this moment caused dramas for both the 4.07 of Yannick Nielsen, who would later retire, and Maxime Drix, who would end up finishing in 25th position at the checkered flag. But then, with 2 laps to go, Van Leeuwen, when the clock struck 0, struck at the right moment, getting past David Outlechner through turn number 8. Turn number 7. The favour was returned 1 lap later, as Outlechner managed to get through, but then ran wide through turn number 8, allowing the window of opportunity for Martin van Leeuwen. Little did they know, or little did they realise, that Enzo Bol had closed in on them and was also in contention for the race victory. Coming down to the final corner of the final lap, Outlechner tried to send one up the inside of Leeuwen, who went sideways. Enzo Bol looked to get past the pair of them and make it a 3-way drag to the finish, but it would be Martin van Leeuwen that would win the race by just under a 1/10.5, with Enzo Bol and David Outlechner rounding out the top 3. Martinas Stankiewicz, however, would become your provisional DD2 Masters class winner, finishing all the way down in 16th position as Martin Henkel Mortensen span around and accidentally collected Victor Frostbay coming out of the final corner. Whether there was contact with Manuel Tencher, not 100% sure. Victor Frostbay would cross the line with a very bent and broken rear axle, with the right rear wheel going up and down like a yo-yo. It's been a pleasure having our DD2 champion from 2018 back with us. Not the way he would have wanted to end the race weekend, just 5 grid rows from the checkered flag. 39 races have just concluded after 2 intense days of competition, plus qualifying on Friday afternoon. We have to, on behalf of the entire team here at Camp Company GmbH, the series organisers of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, that everyone here, teams, drivers, the marshals, the medical crew, recovery, scrutineering, timekeeping, organisation, race control, our stewards, the teams, the drivers, their families, and everyone that has come here to spectate. We would like to say a very, very big thank you. Yesterday, 25 races. We were on time pretty much for every single race. It was a very long day for everybody, and we thank you all for your patience and your hard work to help the meeting run smoothly. 41 days from now, we will head to the western region of France, just not too far from Nantes International Airport, as the Circuit Val d'Argenton will host the second round and the halfway point of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season. For many, the journey for Bahrain has already begun, as those at the end of the season in September at PF International, who are crowned our champions, will book their place to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals this year between December 2nd and 9th. A big thank you to everyone that has watched this weekend and kept abreast of everything that's been happening through our social media channels on Facebook and Instagram. A big thank you to everyone that has made a comment today. Roger Young, Danamore Racing, Ilari Harmonen, OH Management, Timothy Vladimirov, John Dultanis, and so many others. A big thank you for everyone that has taken part this weekend. See you all in Western France, and thank you very much, Karting Genk, to Esme Rosman and her team for making this event such a great one. Until next time, this is Alex Goldschmidt saying thank you, good night, enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll see you very soon.